Was it KC2FIG? Did you hear Paul? Yeah, because with him on frequency, I'm wondering if you're able to talk with him directly.
Right now, I'm only hearing you, Clark.
Yeah, if there's another station, I'm not hearing them at all.
Well, Billy, you might be able to hear them both depending upon where everyone's located. Are you hearing K2FIG? Because I know you're hearing Paul.
Oh, is KD2FIG? He's out here? Yeah, KD2FIG is my buddy I was telling you about. I can't hear him. I'm not getting him. I'm going to try listening again. KD2FIG, it is KD2TJV. Paul, Luis, what's going on?
All right, Paul. No, he's going to be back. He's working on a dipole. But anyway, so all right. Well, as they say, fine business. I guess you guys know each other. Well, there you go. You never know what's going to happen or who's going to know who on this band. N1 BCG.
Well, yeah, I heard Paul. Paul's getting stronger and stronger. Conditions are improving or whatever. He's almost up to a 40 dB SNR. But I didn't hear any other station besides Paul and Clark in there. So I might not have been paying attention, but that's pretty weird. It's not usual that I don't hear anything when somebody's talking to somebody.
Well, Bear got on and he didn't hear Paul at all. But K2FIG is Louis, and in Phillipsburg, New Jersey. Not sure how far he is from you, but maybe you guys are too close.
That could be possible because I am literally in Phillipsburg. So if we're really close, then yeah, he might not be hearing me either. I guess that's gonna tell me how well my antenna is balanced, huh?
Yeah, and when K2FIG comes back on, because I just looked him up on QRZ, I got questions about his Cessna picture. How about that, fellow pilot?
Yeah, we literally, the town that I live in is small, so we don't have our own zip code. Half the town shares a Washington zip code, and half the town shares a Phillipsburg zip code. So it's weird. And with the style of antenna that I have, if it's truly balanced, I mean, I should have very, very, very little signal that close in.
And there is the issue. Oh my God, the freaking message board has gone nuts. Hi, Gary. Gary says hi to you, Billy. And what's this? The QIXDR is down. We know that. And Yellowy Blizzard of Oz is back. So, yeah, good crowd there.
Clark.
Yes.
Guys, just want to let you know I hear everyone talking, so everybody's loud and clear, solid on my end.
Yes.
It does, okay. Yeah, I don't know whether it was too low or it sounded distorted. Okay, thank you.
Well, that's got a lot of audio. It actually probably has too much audio, whoever that is.
Got too much audio?
Yes.
I lowered it down a little bit. Is that better, Clark?
That's very good.
Okay, so this is okay right here, correct?
Yeah, it was just the problem when you first got on is that it was all crunched up and it was very hard to hear what you were saying. Great signal, but the audio was just too much of it.
Okay, yeah, it's a so I just wanted to make sure it was all right then. Okay, thank you very, very much.
All right, there you go. It's the Rig Clinic on 3885.
You got a great signal here. You're about an S9 right at the moment.
You know, I found it very helpful that when you finally figure out some good settings, don't ever touch them ever again. I'd stripped wax on all the knobs, and this is how it's been for a long time.
Sounds very, very good. Is that a flex you're running?
No, it's a homemade transmitter, a Class E as an Echo transmitter with 4 FETs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're running a Class. Okay, yeah, it sounds really nice.
Thank you very much.
You're very strong here on Montana Mountain here in New Jersey. This is W2BTK saying hello.
Who's very strong?
You are.
Oh, you are too. Okay, very good. Hello. It's nice to hear you. Name is Tony. I'm in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Hey, Tony. Right over the border here in New Jersey, in Washington, about 4 miles from the border.
Okay, do you know Ray? I forget his call. He's an AM. Or do you know Ray?
It's not ringing a bell.
In Phillipsburg.
Oh, is that FIG? No, I haven't talked to him yet, but I've been hearing about him.
No, this is another guy. I forget his call now. I'm very bad with calls. I talked to him for a long time, but I can't remember his call. But I'll think of it.
Well, yeah, he's my neighbor, so it'd probably be worth saying hello to him if he pops in here. Anyway, in other news, Connor's out there right now. He's texting me. He's working satellites. He's got like a dual beam setup on the back of some trailer or something, and he's making like contact after contact. I think he's like 5, 6, or 7 satellite contacts already, getting ready for field day. 100 points a pop, those satellite contacts.
Very nice. Okay, I'll catch you later. Ray is a big AMer. You'll hear him in there. He's an older guy, but you'll hear him. NY3R.
All right, NY3R, W2BTK with N1BCG and others.
Hey, by the way, Gary, when you get a chance, what did I miss about the contact on 40 meters? Let me guess. The contact was with you? Was that it? All right, that's kind of one way. N1BCG, good afternoon.
What?
So what the deal is that when Paul first got on, he was on sideband. Then we talked for a little bit, and then it was time to take him to 75 meters 2.0, which means getting on the right mode. So then he switched to AM, and actually sounded really good because he's got a 7300, so of course. And he was saying how he was all excited because he wait a minute, he was no, hold on, Gary. So this brings us back to the conversation about 40 meters. No, Paul said he talked to Barcelona, Spain on 40. He didn't mention that he talked to anybody else in particular. But yeah, Gary, I mean, if he talked to you on 40 also, then yeah, I can see like that would be the, self-actualization moment of any ham radio career. So there you go. All kinds of fun and excitement.
Well, Clark, good news. Man, I did sound bad last night, and I know why. It's because in the middle of all that stuff, with all my broken equipment trying to fix it, I was talking to the live stream, and I gained my mic up, like, a lot, so that I didn't have to sit in front of it, and they would be able to hear me from a few feet away. And when I got back on the air, I forgot to put it back to my AM settings, so, like, that was just ripping audio way too much. So there's that.
I think the bottom line is it happens.
Yeah.
Well, hell, I have a completely separate, unrelated receiver and transmitter, and there have been plenty of times that I've keyed up while listening to a different frequency and ticked off a whole bunch of ops. So, you gotta just sometimes say, wow, I'm a dumbass. But these things happen.
Oh, well, there's that too, but no, I just, I didn't have a receiver for a while there, and I was just trying to get back in the QSO, But anyway, let's not talk about that. It's stupid. Let's do nice ham radio.
Well, that kind of brings us back to Paul.
KD2TJZ.
There you go.
I'm still here, fellas. I'm just listening.
All right, fine business, as they say, with air quotes, and yep, frequency is big time in use. And thanks for asking.
Oh my God, and there's Bob.
At this hour?
Yeah, Bob XBM is in there. He was a little low, but I can hear you, Bob. And hey, Paul, did I get your call sign right? It's KD2CJV, Charlie Juliet Victor?
Station calling Kilo Delta 2 Tango Juliet Victor. Go ahead. I didn't catch your call sign, but go for KD2TJV.
Okay, you answered my question. It's Tango Juliet Victor. I was just wondering if I had your call right, and I didn't, but now I do. W2BTK. Bob, you're a little bit PW right now. Clark, you hear Bob well or better than me? I mean, I hear him. I hear you, Bob. But if these lightning crashes start, that's going to be it.
Conditions for you. Weeds up here too.
Well, I'm not running very much power at all. Like, not even in terms of the Viking. It's like turned down. You're doing okay, Bob. I mean, I'm hearing everything you're saying. Yeah, I've only got like 20 watts right now. Well then. pretty sure 20 watts is enough to talk to Clark.
That's right.
I don't want to be too strong, but I don't want to be too weak. Is 20 watts like the right place to be? What would you say, Clark?
Well, you're 30 over here.
Well, then I guess that's just fine. I'm piss weak to Bob though. I'm not making it to Maine, but I have a 30 over signal in Connecticut. I guess me and Clark have, I don't know. It's just like a laser beam path, I guess.
I mean, if you don't believe it, I can send you a video, but yes, 30 over easily.
No, I believe you. Look at that, I'm drifting. I didn't let this thing warm up before I got on the air. I gave it about a 10-minute warm-up before I keyed up. And it looks like I'm about 3884. So, Clark, make like some kind of transmission that's about 30 seconds or more so that I can walk in the other room and zero beat you.
Wow. I'm going to volunteer to get... Marveloops. My co-pilot... Oh, who's now... There we go. My co-pilot decided to jump up on my lap. We almost fell because I was leaning back just as you were jumping up, but I caught you. This is my kid, my 16-pound boy, Mr. Murphman. When you yawn, he done. That's right. He is a love bug. And a burrow bug who loves... Oh, now he's giving me a hug around the neck, so I'm going to have a hard time talking. And a burrow bug who loves to burrow under the covers at night. So, for any small dog owners out there, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But when they're loving like that, who wants to kick them out of under the covers, right? Except in the summer, that gets kind of warm. All right, N1 BCG, that should be enough chit-chat.
Yes, thank you. I believe I've arrived on frequency.
Yes, you have arrive. Boy, I was going to get up and refresh this drink, but now that I've got the Marfman sitting here, I can no longer get up without disturbing him, so I guess I'm stuck.
Oh, you don't need a drink yet. What time is it? It's like, well, nah, I guess you do. It's almost 6 o'clock. But I don't know. I think you'll be all right. What are you talking about? Like orange juice?
Yeah. And it's a Friday night to boot.
Yeah, my computer won't boot sometimes. It's an issue. All right. I have to bring a little bit more back. Hello. There we go. Sorry. Friday nights don't mean much anymore, Clark.
Do you have a ground braid going to the metal chassis of that computer?
No. No, I don't.
And there you go.
Jesus, Billy, rookie mistake.
Yeah. It was all... The RF was all coming in on the USB ports, so I choked them out real good, and now it's fine, but I'm sure a braid couldn't hurt on that chassis. The only problem is my grounding bus is in the other room, and I haven't really found a proper way to extend something out here without making like a ground loop. So I've just been letting it ride, and I used this computer in this configuration for a long time, and I never had a problem until I swapped the motherboard. So I don't know what's up with that.
Well, then you may have a rectifying joint with those DuPont connectors, which sometimes don't make great contact. But if you have a radiator, I don't know what kind of heat you have in your house, if you have a steam radiator system or a cold water pipe or something, you can get access to just some kind of way of bleeding off that RF. Because remember, the motherboard is probably mounted to the chassis so that the metal plate that the motherboard is actually mounted to can be used to shield some of the components, but it has to be grounded well.
Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, it is directly connected to the chassis. And those screws have, like little pads on them so that they ground down to the chassis. Maybe I'll try that. I don't know if I have a piece of braid that's quite long enough. There is baseboard heat in here, and there would be a hot water pipe not too far. I'd say that's about 6 feet away.
That would be fine if you had one of those electrical clamps, those two half shells that you put the two screws on either side, and then it's got, all this stuff, and it's got the single screw there. You can run a ground wire into. It doesn't have to be braid. Just use like number 10, even 12, anything, whatever. I think what's normal ground wire? Is that 12 or 10?
For like a 20 amp circuit or a 15 amp that you'd commonly find in the wall, it's usually, a 20 amp circuit has to be number 12, and it's a bare, the Romex has a bare number 12 solid in it, and then if it's a 15 amp, it's usually a 14. But I have so much scrap wire over here. I mean, I've got pieces of 750 MCM over here. The diameter is larger than a quarter, down to 10, and I would probably go get myself a nice piece of number 4 and do it with that, and I would just through bolt an aluminum lug right to the back of this computer, and then do some type of clampage to the water pipe here. Or, if I ran a 20-something foot piece, I could go right back to my common ground bus. But I don't know if that would be like defeating the purpose at that point. Although it's just a path to bleed RF, so it might work. But it might radiate.
The latter. The problem is when ground wires get that long, they start to go up in impedance as they get longer. So ground becomes less of ground as you get further away from real ground. I mean, obviously the hot water piping system is not perfect either, but that's probably more metal. So I would try that, and if it's a disaster, then you have options.
Actually, screw that hot water pipe. I've got holes in the floor right here, so I can just come off the back of the chassis, go right down through the floor, and I could probably intersect a cold water pipe or maybe something better. Although there's not a lot of stuff better than a cold water pipe, because that's all very, very well bonded to my ground rods.
Well, since hot and cold water pipes tend to run parallel, I'd bond the two together. You can use that copper. You can use that what is it? Like that perforated copper strapping that's used to suspend pipes. Just put that around both pipes, bolt it down, get a good clamp, and then there's your ground connection.
Yeah. Well, the hot and cold water pipes have to be bonded by code, and that's usually done with a jumper near your your hot water heater, which I have. I think it's a piece of number 4 that jumps from, the inputs to the outputs of that thing.
Yeah, but remember, code is for 60 cycle AC. When you get to RF, the moment you get any kind of distance, that all that bonding's got to be redone.
Yeah, but luckily I'm sitting basically right over my hot water heater, so it would be off the back of the computer. So if I went right to the baseboard heater, it'd be about a 6-foot piece of wire. If I just go maybe 4 to 5 more feet, I can go right on a cold water pipe.
Do both.
Well, yeah, I'm going to experiment with that later when I'm not streaming here, because I do have the live stream up. And, I know Bob's watching, and Rob's actually at the bar listening, believe it or not, ENY.
Yep, no better way to pass time at the bar than watching a ham radio stream. What is this? Shallowy Blizzard of Oz. Who is that? One-way transmission only if the interrogatory is posed while you point your index finger and rest your chin while looking up and to the left. That's very complicated.
What?
Shallowy Blizzard of Oz was commenting on my one-way transmission. Was not, by the way, for the record, because I know people love to keep score, was perfectly legal because there were licensed amateur radio operators on frequency. If there weren't, that's different.
These days, I have Part 97 bookmarked, man. Like, at any given time, I could be reading that thing within 3 to 4 seconds.
And by the way, every single CQ call is a one-way transmission. Think about that one.
Yeah, it's not perfect, Clark, but it's ours.
Wow, that's very similar to an expression I heard years ago. He may be an idiot, but he's our idiot. Yeah.
Who, me?
No, this is years ago. That's why it's, you just reminded me of that expression.
Thanks.
No, when you said that it's ours, it was that part.
I know, I'm just being a bit facetious.
Because you like getting a rise out of people. Yeah, we established that a while ago.
Or like that once.
Facetious?
No. One-way transmission.
What are you eating, Bear?
Say what?
What are you eating?
A couple of raisins. Is that good?
It's good for you.
Keeps you
A
regular.
little bit of sweetness. Having a thing of liquid fizzy stuff, which is seltzer, club soda for you white guys. And trying to figure out which direction to go and clear cut next. You know what clear cutting is?
What?
Clear cutting. Do you know what clear cutting is?
Clear cutting? No, I've heard the expression clear cut before.
You take something about the width of a football field, and you set a bunch of men down with big power tools, and you point them in a direction, and they go with the power tools, and they It's usually in a forest, a pine forest, and they cut everything down, football field wide, for as far as the eye can see. That's called clear cutting.
I thought that was called Agent Oranging.
No, they're cutting down the pine trees to make toilet paper, stuff like that.
Oh, like what they do when they want to run some real high voltage power lines through.
Maybe you could modulate a little bit more today, Billy, because I see a lot of carrier, but I don't hear a lot of audio.
Well, I've only got about 20 watts. It looks like I'm modulating. I suppose I could. I'm seeing about 85 to 90% negative modulation. Plenty of positive modulation, but the negative modulation is where it's at. Let me get a little bit closer to 0 volts for you there, Bear. So bear with me. That's as close as I feel comfortable with. Any more than that might get a little overshoot.
Well, you sound okay now. I just really was having a hard time hearing you. The band's really terrible. W2BTK. Yeah, I just wanted to pop in with the one-way transmission quip because it seemed like something appropriate at the moment. Probably wasn't, but, that's all I got.
All right, you guys need to keep the flow and excitement going here. I gotta go put dinner on. I'll be back. N1 BCG.
Oh, what's Murphy making you cook tonight, Clark?
Kibbles.
No. What's Murphy making you cook tonight, Clark?
I don't know. What are we having for dinner tonight? Kibbles? That sounds good. All right, we're gonna go heat up some kibbles.
Clark's gonna have like beef and vegetables and stuff.
We're gonna have puppy scrapple. We're gonna have bangers and mash.
Bangers, huh? Wow. From the local club?
Absolutely. It's always St. Patrick's Day here.
I love it. That's just so wonderful. And my PTT is still working. I'll give it another couple of days for it to crap out. Just when you let down your guard, you key it up, and you wonder if it's going to key, expect it to key. It's just going to be just when I let down my guard and think, well, I got this thing snookered, it's going to keep working forever now. Then it's going to crap out.
My dog Petey, rest in peace, best dog ever. He loves bangers and mash. There was some kind of dog food we would get, and they had the bunch of different varieties, and that bangers and mash. I mean, well, he loved them all, but he loved that one too. I miss Petey. PJV, I hear you. You're a little low, but I hear you just fine. You got a lot of audio, so it's making it easy. All right, Paul. Well, it was an honor being one of your first general class contacts out there. So, don't be a stranger. Come back and say hello. And Clark went to go make some dinner, and you got Bear out there. So 7-3, KD2TJV from W2BTK.
Yeah, Billy, the band is broken. Do you think you could, put some quarters in the slot or something?
I logged you in
Oh, my.
7:20. Have a good evening.
All right, Paul. We'll see you later, man. And thanks for logging me. And yeah, Bear, that's Paul out there, TJV. Today was his first general class contact. And hello, Blaine.
Yeah, I could see his tiny little signal in there, but he was probably about an S4 and just wasn't cutting it.
Blaine, what am I doing over there in Blaine-O town as far as signal?
You're almost about an 18 over S9, almost a 20 over.
Bear says I'm PS weak.
I know you're wall-to-wall and treetop tall with a lot of audio.
Rajo, breaker.
Make sure I'm all tuned up here. Just turned the Valiant on, so it's probably not quite ready for this yet. But I am getting audio. I'm hitting about 100%. Maybe could use a little bit more, but I'll tread lightly.
Audio.
I do have a lot of audio right now. See, that's the stupid thing about running one of these fancy processors. It thinks it's so smart, and it's always changing the levels on me. And I thought I disabled all that crap, but it's creeping up. Ha! So, I don't know. W2BTK running about 20, I don't know, between 25 and 30 watts of carrier there, breaker.
Well, I could do that too. I could fire up my Yaesu and you could hear that thing.
I'm waiting for some PL259 connectors to come in the mail there so I can hook up this 440. I'm kind of excited about being multi-mode capable over here and really looking forward to it, actually. I got my 500-foot roll of knockoff LMR 400 and slung it all around my house. So, I can have radios everywhere now. I have no connectors.
You just use wire nuts. Wire nuts. They're 50 ohm.
Wow. Whose nickname was that?
Wire nuts?
Yeah.
Bear, on my 2-meter rig, I didn't have a connector, so I just skinned back the coax, exposed the center conductor and shield, and kind of shoved it into the SO239, and I've been talking on it all day with a hose clamp.
And now for some 3885 meditational prophecy. In a simpler fashion, it's the ham look. It's the look, as someone stares up and away to a faraway point. All that is needed is an empty caption balloon. How's that?
What?
That way, you were just thinking out loud.
Okay. How's this beast sounding?
It sounds well.
Alright, well this is the Yaesu.
Uh-oh.
What was uh-oh? What? Huh?
Blaine is messing with his Yazoo.
Yeah, how am I doing for... Oh, I got enough audio on here. That looks good. I'm in phase, and I'm properly modulating. Let's bring this up a little bit. Yay, yay, yay. 1, 2. Yaesu, Yaesu.
The S's are a little nasty, but the audio for the rest of it sounds good.
I can't tell that much of a difference, honestly.
Are you listening in like 3KC?
No, I didn't hear that much change in the highs. A little bit more low-end response, maybe.
Yeah, but watch this. Do you got a spectral display?
Ooh, that time you did a bunch of S's. Yeah, it's a little... Yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
Say there, sailor. Do you hear my S's? I'm sweeping the sea with the signals.
She sells sea cells by the seashore for anyone who needs those batteries.
My goodness, Blaine, you're like 21 or so kilohertz wide. Good job. I mean, that's a compliment.
No, I gotta put some audio limiting on this thing. Oh, look, it just jumped up. I think it's still warming up. I don't have an EQ on here. I'm just using the processor into the limiter, so there's really no way for me to wrangle this up. I need to finish my audio process.
Yeah, you gotta maxify.
Just talking to the back of the microphone. KG1T.
Don't you love it when there's an easy solution to life's challenging problems?
KG1P, there's a call sign I don't recognize. Hello, it's W2BTK.
What if I just stood on my head?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, name is Ron. Romeo Oscar November. I'm up in Harvard, Massachusetts, about like 30 miles west of Boston. Over.
Yeah, I hear you, Ron. 30 miles west of Boston, sounding good in New Jersey. And you got Blaine and Clark out there, too. They could probably give you a signal report.
Yeah, I can't stay for too long. The wife just went out to pick up pizza. We're celebrating with pizza and chicken tenders and french fries.
That sounds like a good meal. Well, you're good here into Connecticut, down here in Danbury. They're running a Viking Valiant, so good signal. I think you're about a 20 to 25 over.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you're 5'9" plus 20. He's only... And I'm on right spare. So it's FT1000 MP into 811H amplifier. And you cannot match box into a doublet up in the air.
Well, you're propagating a signal. Have some pizza for me.
Yeah, we got this one that's like, what's it got? Onions, chicken, barbecue sauce, something else.
You ever have the buffalo chicken pizza? They make a good one not too far from where I work. It's got the chicken chunks, the cheese. It's got blue cheese on it, too. And it's perfect.
Yeah, I like those, too. Those are tasty.
Pizza, you're speaking my language. There's a lot of pizza over here at the W2BTK bachelor pad.
Well, all I know is when I left New England, it was hard to find good pizza.
Yeah, I used to live in Florida, and it was all these New Yorkers come down and complain about the pizza. And I'm like, well, why don't you go home?
Or open up your own pizza place and make it New York style. Make a killing down there.
Yeah, there's a chain that opened up where they like treat the water to be like New York water. It's supposed to be the trick.
What, do they put like a lot of opiates and dirty hot dog water in there?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I've heard that it's all about the water.
I grew up in Connecticut, lived in Massachusetts for about 3 years, and moved out to Arizona for about a year. Could not find good pizza in Arizona. It just didn't exist.
Yeah, I lived in Chicago for a while, and so we had to get used to what they had there. And we did this trip driving out west, and we're coming back, and we stopped at this pizza place. I wouldn't know if it was a Chicago-style pizza place, like in the middle of Texas. We were disappointed. Because, I don't know, if you want deep dish, that's cool. They make really good deep dish. But their regular pizza, they do it funky. They'll put, like, if you get a pepperoni pizza, the pepperoni be underneath the cheese, and then they'll cut it into squares.
Well, Chicago should make pretty good deep dish, but yeah. You know, I don't know. As long as it's all there, as long as it's got meat and cheese on it. But I like I kind of prefer Greek pizza over Italian pizza. So, I don't know. But I kind of grew up on that, so I like the thick crust.
How thick?
Well, not the part that the cheese is on, but the edge, the circle around it. I like it to be kind of rolled up a little bit. Gives you something to chew on, and plus the dog used to love it. I'd always give him the crust. He would just sit there and stare at me, licking his chops until I gave him a piece.
Yeah, dogs love the crust.
I could go either way. Sometimes I'm in the mood for the big fluffy crust, but every once in a while I need that crunchy thin crust. It's kind of like 50-50. I don't know. I go back and forth on it.
Well, the thick crusty or the thick puffy edge around the circle pizzas, if they cook it long enough, they will get crunchy. But I know what you're talking about. That on the like if you go to one of the Italian pizza places, they cook it in the ovens really hot. The edges get kind of blackened and nice and crispy. I like that too.
Yeah, that's what this place is. Where they're picking it up. It's Italian, wood-fired oven place.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
We like it. Sometimes the kids get annoyed because there'd be like little sections that are burned, you know. But it's like, just deal with it.
Well, there's a pizza place around here. I think it's Pepe's. And whenever they cut the pizza, it's like they're having an epileptic seizure. They just take this long, giant knife and they just start swatting the freaking pizza. And you get triangles and squares and rectangles. It's like, can you just cut the damn pizza?
Yeah, the trick in Chicago to get a regular kind of pizza. We have
Hey, Giant, I just saw it. Thanks for the host, man.
Pie cut.
You're the best with that. You teach me every day. I appreciate it, man. That's good
places that
stuff.
had good, like, regular kind of pizza, their deep dish wasn't good. And the good deep dish places, the regular pizza wasn't good. My buddy explained it. It was in the cheese. One cheese was not good for both types.
I used to like there was a place when I was going to electronics school. There was a place down the street that used to sell a pretty good Napolitano pizza. That had a nice thick crust on it. Now you guys are making me hungry. Let's see, how's the audio sounding? Do I have enough audio on this thing? It sounds like I can turn it up just a tad. Bring this up a little bit. Yeah. Still seems like I'm not modulating fully, but I'm hitting 100%. N1 GTU.
You're a little light in the audio, but you have so much signal, it doesn't matter. Like, it sounds good, and I have no trouble hearing you, so nice and clean. I mean, you really don't have to change anything unless you want to.
No, I'm just disappointed because I used to get more audio out of this thing. I'm hitting 100% now. I'm hitting about 100% negative and 105, maybe 110% positive. I used to be able to get 120 out of it, but it doesn't want to do that anymore. So I think I got a tube going soft. Damn it, I was going to bring the tube tester down with me and I forgot.
Oh.
It's like the name of a country and western song.
My tube tester left me, my dog left me. That's okay. I'll get something bigger soon and put it here. And then I'll be wall-to-wall and treetop tall.
He's got the 75-meter blues.
I think someone wrote a song about that.
It's a blues song. You got to have that harmonica. Billy's got those 75-meter blues.
Don't be culturally appropriating there, Clark.
Clark, you gotta use that mic boom guitar string that you got. It was so quiet, you could hear a plop.
And a fizz.
Well, on a completely random tangent, I don't know if you guys have ever messed around with a stand-up desk, but this is good stuff.
I mean, standing up while you're operating instead of sitting, it's kind of like working in a top 40 radio station where they all stand up, so they sound like they're all hip and jumping around.
That's exactly it. I'm standing and operating. I can hit a button on my desk and it comes up to standing height, and then when I get tired I hit the button and it goes down to sitting height.
Yeah, I remember I used to work at a rock station in New Haven, and a buddy of mine, close friend, worked a couple miles down the road at the top 40 station. And he came into the studio. I said, when your shift's up, because I was doing overnights, he was doing 7 to midnight. So I said, when your shift's over, just swing by and hang out for a while. So he did, and he walks in the studio. And that was night and day to him. It's like, he walks in the studio and he sees the music selection on the wall. It was like a 12-foot by 12-foot wall, just covered in CDs. And he goes, you can play this music? I said, yeah, I can pretty much play whatever I want. He goes, you can? And then he looks at the console and he goes, you got a chair to sit down in? I said, of course we do. I said, we all sit down. Oh, not at the top 40 station. We got to stand up and do it. They don't even give us stools to sit on. I'm like, that's stupid.
Hey, the pizza's here, but I think, WB2 station, are you the guy even with the Sniff My Balls? Yeah, I was the Freedy guy on that chat room. Anyways, the pizza's here, so I'm going to say 73 for now. But nice to talk to you guys. KG1T.
Oh, wow. Hey, Ron, I didn't know that was you. Yeah, you used to come in my chat all the time. Nice to talk to you on the radio. Enjoy the pizza. I changed my name. It's not Sniff My Balls anymore. It's Amateur Radio, but spelled like Amateur Radio. AMATUER Radio. Don't ask.
All right, I'll just remember to flip the letters. That's cool.
Well, you can actually find it. I also own the correct spelling, and I restream, the other one from that. So whatever you type, you'll find me.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice signal here. You're 5'9" into Massachusetts. All right, 73. I got to pull up a movie on the TV too and set up some trays. 73 KG1T.
Catch you later. N1GTU.
Timmy.
Hello to Blade, if that's Blaine out there.
Hello. Man, you got a good signal down here in D-Berry. Everybody does. It's just amazing. It's funny because this time of the day, if I'm at home, I have a hard time here in Perry, like a really hard time. And Timmy, you're always piss weak. And even Clark, I have a hard time. I come down to my station B, and everybody's just pounding in, And what I got to do is leave my receiver on at home. I got to do an AB when I'm down here. I keep forgetting to do that. Every time I leave the house, I disconnect the antenna in case a thunderstorm comes. Well, one of these days, I'll just leave it on and I'll do an AB comparison.
Right.
Hi, Timmy.
So I imagine I'm VPW, very piss weak at this hour.
50 dBSNR in New Jersey, Timmy.
You're copyable down here.
Yeah, you're a 10 over S9 here.
Is that good or bad?
Compared to when I'm home, you're usually down in the noise. I can barely hear you, so it's good.
You're an S7 here, but a visit to my Patreon channel and you might be a 20 over.
Well, the important thing is, okay, so I'm S7, what's the noise for? Signal-to-noise ratio, baby, that's what it's all about.
46 dB here in New Jersey.
Well, that's another thing I was telling Clark about. Here, my noise level is an S2 to an S3. At home, it's an S7, so it's much quieter here.
My noise level's an S8, and you're 5 over 9.
Well, I guess that's not so bad. Well, you know, summertime band conditions, high absorption, and, you know, no real big signals here, so I'm amazed I'm even being heard.
Well, high absorption and depends go hand in hand.
Don't they do? One of the other stations in there must be Blaine. You got very little modulation.
Who, me?
Yeah.
It says the mod monitor says I'm hitting 110%, so I should be properly modulated. Proper modulation.
Sounds like he'd use more.
I don't think this old Valiant can handle much more. It's like an old man with a walker.
Okay, understood.
Let her rip, tater chip.
Yeah, it's like an old man with a rocker. Bullshit.
Afraid of, I could have a soft tube, and I'm wondering if that's what's going on. And I was going to bring my tube tester down, and I forgot. So, you can always run home and get it tomorrow, but yeah, I could have sworn I used to get more audio out of this thing.
Well, it sounds clean. It just sounds like you're modulating about 60% average, you know. For the amount of carrier, it seems though I got to listen more closely.
I'm only running like 20 watts right now, Timmy.
Let me try loading it a little differently. Hold on. Whoa. Okay. Now I'm loading it a little heavy, so I got less power. I'm about 90 watts now. Let's see, does it sound any better? Now it still sounds kind of mushy. I could hear the mushiness in the audio, but let me bring it up a bit. I don't know, now I'm hearing the fuzz in there. Fuzzy.
It sounds like it's more filled out now.
It does sound a little bit quieter. Not much, but a little bit toned down. Is that the El Valiente?
Yeah, but I'm really kind of loading it low. It's only about 200 and... Whoops. Come on. About 270 mils. And I had it up around 300, so... I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, it's best off to load it more lightly. The stock modulator, are you still using the stock iron and the 6146s and all that?
Yep, all the caps have been changed, and it looks nice and clean inside, but it's still all the original modulation transformers and stuff.
Well, that's your limiting factor there.
Yeah, I want to put a DC choke in there off the back. And Clark was saying you could plug it right into the accessory jack and just run the DC through there and then put a cap off the mod transformer.
Well, you could, but you're still stuck on a Rosen impedance ratio.
Yeah, but won't it still help, though, pulling the DC off the mod transformer?
A little. But you don't have any wire on the mod transformer and turbo connect it. which once you get the DC off of things is pretty easy to do. Basically what you do is the secondaries of the Valiant mod transformer are split. So you separate them and then you parallel them and you tie one side, the appropriate side, to one of the modulator plates. And the other side you connect through a condenser that couples to the other side of the modulation choke. So you take the DC off of it. And by doing that, you now have an impedance step-down ratio, which is about a 1.5 to 1, which is perfect.
That's like the cover off this thing again.
Yeah, you're going to have to make some changes in order to get that thing to come to life.
What was it Bill IFR did? Did he take like a backwards Hammond transformer and fed the modulation tubes with that?
Yep. The other thing is in the modifications, did you put a 10-link electrolytic across the VR tube string for the screens?
That I don't know. I bought this from Alf, Rob, and ALF. And I bought it about 2 years ago, maybe 3. I haven't had to do anything. I took the back off, I flipped it over, and it looks nice and clean. Him and Clark changed all the caps in it. But beyond that, I don't know what else they did to it. But it's pretty good shape. I mean, the only thing I had to do is I lost one of the rectifiers, so I just put some solid-state rectifiers in there.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. Everybody else who modifies the Valiant doesn't pay any attention to the screens of the 6146 modulators. The VR tubes may appear to be holding things steady, and you'll notice under modulation that they'll maybe slightly flicker. But in reality, as far as a low source impedance,
Yes, there are caps there.
very low source impedance, the VR tubes are very non-linear, and it'll follow at an audio rate, which happens so quickly you can't see it. So if you take like a 10-mic 450 volt oil and tie it in parallel across the VR tube string,
20.
fix the problem, and you'll go, yay, and you'll notice this VR tubes will dim quite a bit, because now you're looking at the actual, average current draw, and that'll clean up a lot of distortion.
I just got news from Clark that they had put a cap at, what did you say it was? A 20? Was it microfarad or PF?
Yeah, 20 picofarad.
You mean Mickey Mike?
Right across the VR tubes?
Yes, it's 20 microfarads.
That works.
All right, fine job. Had one PCG.
Timmy, you got like almost a 50 dB SNR in here. You're doing great.
Conditions to main are good.
Okay, fine. Conditions to main are good. As usual. That was the rest of the sentence.
I was listening to W2BTC's website with all the clips of Herb and Johnny and IFR and NQM, and oh god, that was entertaining.
Hey Blade, just a heads up, you got like this weird thing going on when you key up. It's almost like the PTT's dirty or like your plate switch is dirty, but it goes off frequency, the carrier gets real fat and like goes off frequency and it comes back every time you key up.
You mean it goes...
Yep. It goes...
Well, that's quite a message.
That way, W2.
W2SDR.
That's all mud, AMR, all mud radio. Well, that's a WFO problem. You gotta open it up and dose the switch contacts with deoxit and work it.
Work it.
Work it, baby, work it.
I'm listening for that little voice.
This thing's just falling apart, damn it.
Connor, I hear you, man.
Connor? I didn't even know her.
You keyed on him.
I peed on him?
Is anybody hearing my weak little radio?
Yeah, I'm hearing all you guys. W2SDR.
Whoever that was, I'm hearing you here in New Jersey with your SNR is 47 dB above the noise, so by no means piss weak. W2BTK.
Wow, Billy, thank you very much. That's amazing. Well, put me in here. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? I'm on the way home. This is NKVJ Mobile.
That sounds like Jamie.
Yeah, you're down here, Jamie. 10 over, well over the noise level here in southeast PA. W3MMR.
Thank you.
Yeah, the conditionally onlys are remarkably improving. Jamie, you're not channel mastering, but you're doing very well, so you're at the right place and space, and good evening to you there, Frank.
Yeah. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Tim. Big group. I'm going to sit back in the woodwork here, but both of you guys are coming through great down here in Salem County, for sure.
Hi, Pop.
Hello.
Well, I see everybody in the locker room mirror. I see Frank, I see Clark, I see Billy, I see Perry, and I see...
Sounds like there's too many ICs in that circuit.
And don't forget about Connor, W4IPC, who was on the cover of CQ magazine last month and out there all day making satellite contacts with his impressive satellite rig. I mean, this kid has got it going on. And he's on the frequency.
Connor was on the cover of Gentleman's Quarterly?
Yeah-huh.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know that magazine was still around.
It was either that or Boy's Life.
Which one, GQ or CQ?
Yeah, I think Soup is, many years ago, turned into a contest rag.
Yeah, Connor's definitely a kick-ass ham, man. He's accomplished a lot more than most of us have.
Connor, how many satellite contacts did you make today?
He's out making more right now.
Dude, those are worth 100 points a pop on field day. Speaking of field day, I mean, I'm gonna go out and operate. I don't know about y'all.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah, I'm looking at their website. You're right. It's all about contesting.
The contesting doesn't interest me in the slightest.
I don't think I've ever done a contest. Even when I used to be on 10 meters and I'd make a contact, and they go, "What's your 1010 number?" And I'm like, I don't have one of those. I'm just making a contact. Contact.
Well, that's the misconception about field day. It is by no means a contest. It's an emergency preparedness drill designed to get you out there working off non-commercial power, batteries, solar, this and that. Throw an antenna up and see how many contacts you can make. So calling it a contest is not really, it's not a contest.
Yeah, well, a lot of people treat it like a contest, just like there are a few that have, treated the AM rally like a goddamn contest.
Yaw. What was it Herb always used to say? The AM Jamboree.
No, the AM Homecoming Jamboree. Whatever that's supposed to be.
What?
Sing up again. I'm going to bring it back up.
The hell?
Yeah, there we go. All right. Hopefully it still sounds okay. Let's see. Hello, testing. Testing. We are now testing for proper modulation. Oh, that ain't the switch. We are now adjusting the green electric eye.
What?
When they had the old the green electric eyes on the tubes that did modulation, instead of having VU meters, it would have the little green tube. And Howard Stern used to play that audio recording of his father when he worked in the recording studio. And that's what he would say, we are now testing for proper modulation.
Oh.
Actually, those magic eye tubes are very fast and they're damn good indicators.
I told you not to be stupid, you moron. Yeah, I used to have an old radio when I was a kid that had one of those. Probably belonged to my father. And don't know whatever happened to that. Maybe I broke it somehow. But yeah, we have an old console.
Calling CQ, calling CQ.
Wooden box. It's a rectangular box that has a top that flips up, and it's got the stereo down below. It's probably vintage like 1967, 68, but it doesn't have the green eye tube. It has the green rectangular bar. As the signal gets stronger, it goes up and down both directions. It's pretty cool.
Well, and a lot of the European radios, they had like a bar graph, just a bar. And with no level or very little signal, the cheeks were spread apart quite a ways. And as the signal and the level came up, the bar would go together until it met in the middle. It's the EM84.
Yes, that's what this has, yep.
Echo M Mike D Delta. W3EMD in eastern New York State calling.
Because tubes cost less than galvanometers.
Yes, they did.
Hey, Timmy, speaking of tubes and, not tubes, a buddy of mine who found me on YouTube is going to gift me a vector signal generator, and I'm going to try to make an electronic SBE. Yes, an ESBE.
Never play around with one of those. Well, you're going to have to be enrolled at the TIT, the Timtron Institute of Technology, SBE Tech 101.
Yeah, it's happening. In addition to ESBE activities, I hope to be able to draw pictures in my pan adapter. Like, I could make it say Timtron Institute of Technology and maybe even add an image, of a tube or something like that. It'll be pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, maybe sometime I should email you a bunch of photos of various SBE rigs.
Yeah, That would be really cool, actually, because I don't think I've seen schematics, but I haven't seen any pictures like that. But the whole grazing area concept and all of those things is, I mean, it's going to work differently. It's going to be an ESBE.
Yeah, it has to be a single modulated oscillator. That's it. Nothing before it, nothing after it. But what you need to come across is a big old esoteric old buzzard triode, preferably a low mu one. Then you too can build an SBA.
Yes, slop bucket elimination is an important facet of the AM hobby.
Yep. I gotta get mine up and running again. Oh, that thing can't cause so much hate and discontent sometimes. It was a classic.
You know, I don't think I've ever heard you on the SBE before.
Well, now. You've missed a part of ham radio history. I hope to work on it over the summer and fix the connectors that aren't over.
Well, yeah, I'm looking forward. If you put that thing on the air, I'm gonna come out of the woodwork. You know, I'm not gonna miss it.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of do's and don'ts as far as getting an SBE rig going and the effects and all that. But I want to build another one. Some small ones. But I want to build a bigger one. You need an old buzzard too. You know, an 833 would work well. Have you ever seen or heard of a 304 TL?
Yeah, you know, the 810 rig that I'm building was almost a 304 TL, but the tube had, I guess it had a hole in it, so that thing was no good. So it became an 810 rig.
Well, 304 TLs are around, and that would probably make a very nice SBE.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always looking around. I don't think there's going to be much Hamfest stuff going on this year, what with all the, you know, the virus crap and this and that, but, you know, it's something that I look for.
Yep. You're best to get your feet wet with an entry-level tube. You know, there's the 811 and then there's the 812. A single 812 would make a SBE.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's building a Timtron style SBE. That's definitely on the table. But for now, the ESBE concept is what I'm going to be exploring. Just stick a SIGGEN in there.
Well, the playing field is open.
Meow, coming in for landing.
Now with a clear frequency.
And one BCG for ID.
At 10 minutes before the top of the hour, this is W1H Yell On.
And W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
W2BTK Mobile.
How long you going to be on the road for, Jamie?
Oh, probably about 2 hours or 2.5 hours in that range, Tim. How you doing up there? How's Marcy?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Marcy's doing okay. She's in her bliss, doing stuff with her garden and all that. And I'm kind of dragging a bit, but I'm doing all right.
I don't want to hog it because there's a lot of guys in here, but the only reason I haven't been in the morning, Tim, is exercising in the morning. It's the perfect time, right? It just gets me outside and just gets me moving around. Between like 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning to 8 is a good time to do that kind of stuff. So that's the only reason why I'm not in there. W2BTK.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that in a while, and I asked Kevin this morning, and he explained it. So now I know. And you're doing okay, and that's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. We'll go ahead and pass her on. I don't know if everybody's going to hear my weak little mobile. This is W2BTK mobile.
Jamie, you're kicking ass over here. I mean, you're still like popping up over a 40 dB SNR here in Nueva Jersey.
Wow, that's awesome. You must have a really quiet noise level, though, too, right?
Yeah, we're free of static crashes, and the noise level is unusually low for, in relative terms.
Well, someday when I grow up, I'm going to have a big signal from the mobile. You see, just wait.
Holy crap, you popped up over a 50 dB SNR on that one.
Wow. So you guys are very strong in here, too. We've got good conditions. So, anyways, I'll just kind of sit back. This is W2BTK mobile.
Oh, to be mobile with a signal again. It'll take a while before that happens.
Yeah, hey, wait, I heard you got rid of the cadaver rack?
I'm selling it. It's not gone yet. The guy is really hot to trot to get the thing, and I was going to be removing the ham radio equipment. He said he would help me out, so decommissioning of it. Yeah, I was just down in it today. It's looking real sad. My heart really sank, with the mildew and just the decay, and oh, God. I remember the grandeur of the cadaver lac, and, if I only had a garage to keep it in, and if I only had the money to feed into it, and I didn't, I was looking at it. It makes me sad, but I know I have to move on.
Oh, Timmy, I'm sorry. Well, maybe, is it somebody, that thing was a beautiful land schooner, but is it going to somebody that's going to rebuild it and turn it into something? It's not going to scrap, right?
No, the guy wants to rebuild it, restore it, and I don't know, from our discussion, he's probably going to sink a lot of cash into it.
Yeah, probably, but it'll be worth it. I'm sorry you have to get rid of it, Tim, but it's going to a good home, I think. Okay, now I'm really going to sit back. This is W2BTK mobile.
Land schooner.
Yeah, it was. It was quite the land yacht. And there it is. It's parked down below. And I'm looking at that thing stem to stern. It was at least 25 feet in length.
Good Lord, that's an appreciable part of a wavelength.
Yeah, it is. Three dog logs, actually 4. There was the forward dog log, which was basically for receiving. The midships dog log, which was the main dog log used on 75 and 40. I had a real brick shithouse 5/8 wave antenna for 2 meters CB. And at the ass end in the back was the aft dog log, which was for 10 and 15. So use a center-loaded antenna on 15, and you put a jumper across it, and you had a full quarter wave on 10. Made a lot of contacts on 10 meters with the 813 Mobile rig.
So basically it was a 3-masted schooner. You had one in the bow, one midships by the pilot house, and then one in the stern.
You got it.
Wow, that's a formidable sailing craft right there.
Yep. Big Pro 72 cubic inch engine, dual pipes, 2.5 inch, 14 gauge steel, custom bent, low switching muffler. Boy, she had a deep pull when she was mumbling along.
Wow, when that casket absolutely, positively has to get there.
You got it. Yeah, that was an interesting part of my life. I think I got it in 95, 94, 95, somewhere around there. And it was a while before I got it on the road. And then I finally got it on the road. Dual batteries, dual 6-volt batteries. And, if I only had the money and if I only had a place to stash it that was out of the weather and more temperature controlled, I could have done something with it, but you have to have a lot of disposable cash to really do something like that right either there. Just focus it rather than other things. If I made my ham radio ambition to just have a bitchin' mobile station, I could have done it, but still, you need a garage, you need a place to keep it. And all I've got up here is the great outdoors.
Well, it sounds like this is the ideal solution. You've got a buyer, you're going to get cash, it's going to go to a good home, it's going to get all this fixing up. It just sounds like all fine business every which way you look at it.
Yeah, it is. That's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. It's just, ever since I had that fall, I've been feeling tired. In the mornings, I generally have the energy to get out there and do things. Today, no exception, but afternoon comes, I start winding down, and I don't want to do much. Just walking up and down the hill where the cadaver rack is parked, I feel kind of tired, so I got to figure out what's going on with me. Because, that just ain't right. Unless, here we are in the peak religion season, and my wife is saying the same thing. She sometimes, some days, feels very crapped out for no reason at all, and it's the same thing.
Jimmy, did you get like an MRI or a CAT scan of your head? Over?
No.
Oh boy. Probably. I mean, you did hit your head pretty hard.
Well, I did not black out, and I didn't break anything, and I was not in any pain, and I was cushioned by what I was wearing, both over my head and on my body.
The other thing, Timmy, is you regularly check out that ticker, because I'll tell you a quick story about my dad. He was healthy, going to the gym and this and that, but he was like kind of tired all the time and this and that. It ends up he switched doctors. The new doctor made him go get an EKG, which came back relatively fine, but there was some slight discrepancy that, they normally wouldn't pay attention to. Being that he was a new doctor, he's like, all right, I'm going to send this for further analysis just because, I don't know you from a hole in the wall. They did that. Got the results, called my father and said, go to the hospital now. Like right now. I don't care what you're doing, go there. He had 2 arteries completely blocked and the third 95%. He was ready to, fall over, man, and he had no idea. So I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying after that experience, like, I mean, you know, I pay real close attention to that kind of stuff too. So if you haven't gotten an EKG or anything like that recently, like, maybe try it, because he, you know, my dad wasn't getting any oxygen, and it's just like, I don't know, it was scary as hell. So not that to say like that's really like a thing here, but if you're not doing that, that's just my little story. W2BTK.
WA1H. I think we had this discussion before. What my wife and my wife has been urging me to do, and I got to sit down in front of the computer with the word processor and type up a very well put together story that I'm going to send to my healthcare person, looking for answers, you know, what to do, and keep a copy of it for having review it with others, and see what the story is, because I'm going to want to undergo testing. But the thing is, now with the COVID madness, it may be difficult because it's not the kind of thing. So it's like, okay, last year I kind of felt the same way, you know, and I got off the meds, and then when we started heading in the fall and the weather cooled off and the humidity dropped and all that, I started feeling like a new man, and I was out there doing all kinds of things. And then when this happened, I just, you know, I don't feel like I'm out of the woods yet. So, you know, and I think a lot of it is sleep connected. I don't get enough rest. That's the problem. I don't get enough rest. Well, maybe over the weekend, but then again, I'm going to have to concentrate on finish stripping out the cadaver lac and just doing other things, and then I got to focus in on, I'm good at one thing at a time now, rather than to do 3 or 4 things and not quite complete them.
Well,
And the next thing you want.
hey, Bob. The other thing, Timmy, that I'll mention, and this is my own experience, the 811 rig, right? You know what I'm talking about. My job, you know, I had to kind of give that up. So it's kind of trippy how it worked out. The quality of sleep that I've been getting recently, you know, not firing up the 811 rig at all, has been tremendous. I mean, like, I wake up every day super well rested, and it's like a new thing for me. I can function much better on less sleep, and when I do get enough sleep, it's like, holy crap, you know. That definitely affects your quality of sleep. Your brain never shuts off, and you never hit the deep REM stages, and it's just it was a big eye-opener for me. But the quality of sleep that I'm getting now, not doing that, is just tremendous, like no comparison whatsoever. So if you're not getting enough sleep, making that change could help you out a lot. And it sucks because I miss it, but you know, that's just my experience with it.
Yep. Well, the last 6 months or so, ever since I started undergoing treatment for Lyme disease, the doctor said absolutely no alcohol. So I greatly understand. And along with it, I just kind of didn't fire up the 811 rig as much, and now I hardly go near it. Maybe once a week, if that. So, and I had a long talk with my son, who's like 42, and he really enjoyed the 811 rig too. He'd be always firing that thing up every day, and he was telling me that stopped for 7 months. And he felt a whole lot better. So, it's something I've come to realize. Yes, I enjoy it, but I've greatly pared it down to practically nothing.
Well, have you noticed any difference?
Well, the difference I notice, yeah, maybe, is, just the milieu of life. After a while, jangles my nerves a bit. Everything going on. Or simple things tend to wind me up. And I get tensed up. If I fire up that 811 rig, it just greatly takes the edge off of things sometimes. It's like resetting the counter every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know that. It's, trust me, I know, but I've replaced it basically with having a glass of wine every night, which is, not by what a lot of people say that bad for you. And it takes the edge off for me as well, and it's enjoyable. But I miss the 811 rigs, and there's a lot of time when I get all stressed out or all fired up, and I'm like, man, like what I want to do, but I can't. So it's like a different circumstance. Like I literally can't. So I don't know, but I know what you're saying. It's just that the whole sleep thing was like big time for me. I mean, like I wasn't once a week, I was like all the time, and once that stopped, it's just like I started having crazy vivid dreams and falling deep asleep and waking up like it's just wow, like the difference is amazing. But yeah, I don't know. You know what you're doing. And it has its pros, it has its cons, and that's all I have to say about that. W2BTK.
Yeah, sure. Has its pros, has its cons. But, yep. I'd fire up the 811 rig, and I'd also have a big glass of red stuff every night, but it's like, well, wine, it just goes to, it's sugar, and, it just adds to your weight, and da-da-da-da-da, and as it is, I haven't stepped on a scale in a while, and I may have put on a little bit of weight, but, for the longest time, I'd be around 245, 240, sometimes 235, when I would able to slim down enough. Last fall, I was 235 when I stepped on the scale. I'm down to around 211, 212 pounds. I've shed weight, and I definitely feel better for that. But I have had more vivid dreams, and sometimes I seem to sleep fairly well. But here's the thing. I'll wind it down maybe in an hour or two from now, like I did last night. I'll sleep for about 2 to 3 hours, and boom, I wake up. I gotta drain the log. I drain the log. Then sometimes I wonder, hey, what's going on the radio? So, being that the bathroom is right next door to the ham shack, I'll come in here, put the rice box on, flip around, see what's going on, and then if it's not a wall of static, sometimes, I just power things up and get on. Last night I did that. It was a good night playing radio. But I didn't get to bed till 2 o'clock. Then this morning, I was up by about 7. So 4 hours. But, my sleep is always interrupted because of the biological urge to drain the log. I think one time, not that long ago, I think I slept for 5 hours straight.
Man. Yeah, see, a lot of those problems I have no experience with. I've been a beanpole my entire life. I'm skinny. Pretty much, I've never, I don't know what it is to be overweight. I've tried to gain weight. When I was about to go in the Army, I put on a few pounds, but, it was muscle and stuff. Just never been able to do it, and I don't really have that problem anymore. I drink a cup of water before I go to bed just so I don't get dehydrated, but it usually, I never wake up in the middle of the night to do that. So, yeah, it's person to person. It can vary a lot, but I can sleep for usually pretty much every night. I sleep for 6 hours, and I always try to do that. And the 6 hours that I was getting before was one thing, and then the 6 hours I get now is like it feels like I slept for 12 hours. It's just, I don't know. But then again, person to person, different builds, and then again, I'm much younger. I'm only 34 years old, so we'll see. I'll have this conversation again in a few years.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was 34. Geez, I was involved with my second wife. Relationship from hell. And I was always doing things, plenty of energy. God, that was such a different time in my life. So here we fast forward to now, and I'm freaking 70, and it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully I'm doing as well as you when I'm 70, but I'm going to have to start eating a little bit better. I mean, I eat bachelor food, which is, I get away with it, being that I'm 34, but I don't know. Yeah, you got to take care of yourself, but a lot of the things that you're talking about, I just don't know of yet. So there's that. I mean, my opinion should be taken with that as its weight,
Yeah. Well, you kind of have the, you got the right idea there. Try to get away from the bachelor food and all the processed garbage. I eat fairly well. My problem is I'm not into vegetables that much. So my wife does what she can to prepare them in such a way that they're very palatable. But that's important. Processed meats, stay away from it. Red meat, like the usual burgers and steak, unless it's locally farm raised, stay away from it. We have bison, buffalo burgers. That's good lean meat. Fish, like haddock, salmon, stuff like that. Poultry is good, as long as, the source, On and on. I eat a lot of peanut butter. Natural peanut butter. And that's what they say, there's a lot of health benefits of eating peanut butter. And I love my bread, whole grain bread, but oh my God, bread that's starch. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, you put on so much weight. Oh, I love milk. Oh, you can't drink milk. Oh, it's not good, you know. When we were younger, our bodies would assimilate cow's milk, but now, you're not supposed to have it. It's carcinogenic. One of my sisters gave me that. She has given up a lot of the things that she enjoys, and she's doing better. I find if I'd given up milk for quite a while and was having almond milk with cashew milk, which is not bad, but it's not the same thing, and it seemed like it was giving me a bit of an indigestion, whereas cow's milk of the brand that we have agrees with me quite well, but it's like everything in moderation. Cut back, pare back, instead of say 2 slices of whole grain bread with real butter on it and 2 eggs. Now it's 1 egg, 1 slice of bread, and a product like Smart Balance butter substitute. It's just paring down on everything. It's not like giving it up, but paring down, and every once in a while you treat yourself where Sunday, I'll have 2 eggs and 2 slices of bread. Anyway, I did hear Bob N1XBM in there who jumped in, and I'm sure he's got something to add to the milieu here. This W81H YLR.
Hey guys, I sitting on the side listening, so no big deal. The only thing I guess I could add is that a lot of people think that the 811s aid in sleep. You guys may have covered this, but I had to give them up. I'm allergic to something, and it gives me hellacious indigestion. So I just gave it up. But I still like to mix up a cocktail with the hard stuff, or have a nice scotch or something. But anyways, tell you one thing. I'm having a hard time sleeping. Little bit of the I like to make my own edibles. Prefer that over smoking. And one of those will mellow you right out. And you sleep like a rock. Every once in a while I get in this weird thing where you typically sleep in. Then I go through a couple nights where you don't sleep good for whatever reason. And I need to break the cycle of one of those days. But anyways, I just came in from mowing the lawn. It was pretty nice out. I didn't get all of it done, but I started it. So less to do tomorrow. So I've been listening here, there, and everywhere. I just came in. Excuse me, get a drink. Change on his clothes. I got bug dope all over him. Anyways, I don't know if the conditions changed or Billy upped his power, but Billy has come up quite a bit in signal strength. So hopefully the band has gotten more favorable and you're able to hear me. W2BTK from N1XBM on the Outlaw Ridge.
Yeah, you're definitely doing better here, Bob. You're up at almost a 40 dBSNR, so I'm hearing you just fine. And yeah, I heard you on the edibles. Those things, yeah, that's a whole different ball game than just firing up the 811 rig. Definitely a little different, but again, yeah, I can't do that. But if I know it feels like you sleep like a rock like that, but man, if you just, I don't know, you gotta believe me. Once you stop that for about a week or a week and a half, you just start having the crazy vivid dreams and falling deep asleep. It's like amazing, almost worth it. Almost. I mean, I would rather have an edible, but whatever. And yeah, I hear you, Timmy, on the peanut butter, because that's a major staple over here too. Lunchtime when I'm at work, I usually bring a jar of peanut butter, some jelly in the bread, and I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwich almost every day. I love it, and it is good for you. Peanut butter, it's got a lot of, oils and fats and things that help you out. The good fat, They used to use it to, like, I don't know, for all kinds of stuff back in the day. But some people have those peanut allergies, and that really screws things up. And if you're going to experiment with almond milk, I started to like almond milk when I was making smoothies. I would make myself smoothies for lunch for like a long time there when I was at home. Can't do it at work, but I'd get like a lot of fruit. If you're going to eat fruit for a meal, you have to eat a ton of fruit. So I would take 3 or 4 bananas, maybe 2 apples, a pear, and a big handful of strawberries, and then just dump some almond milk in there, blend it all up, and I would just, drink that down, and it'd fill me up. And geez, like, how are you really gonna do something much healthier than that? I really enjoyed those smoothies, and the almond milk was almost better in those than the regular moo milk, in my opinion. But it definitely depends what type of almond milk you get, because some of them suck, like they're real bad, but some of them are pretty good. Usually the ones that taste better have like sugar and stuff added, but you can find good like organic ones with not much sugar that are actually not bad. And I don't know, it's worth experimenting with anyway. At W2BTK.
Boy, you guys are all talk. You talk about eating peanut butter. Meanwhile, I just finished an epic spooning session. Yes, tablespoons of Skippy peanut butter and Ovaltine mixed together. That's right. Someone got us chocolate in his peanut butter. It tastes great.
Murphman is a lucky guy.
This WA1H Yellow.
Well, I'll add one quick thing. Let's see if I got it. Yeah, I do the smoothies too, Billy, with the milk. And I'll do things like this, a load of fruit. The other thing I like to do, like the Quaker oatmeal, like the instant oatmeal, I'll throw a package of that in there. Or sometimes I'll throw in a spoonful of peanut butter or a spoonful of Nutella. And maybe a little bit of ice, and I'll whip one of those up. I like doing those too myself. Wow, fruit's got a lot of fiber in it too. So that helps. Not trying to be funny about potty humor, but the fiber is good for you. A lot of sugar in fruit, but it's natural sugar. But and on the edible thing, Billy, I make them myself, and I intentionally make them weak. So I call them safe for school night doses, where it's enough that you feel comfortable, but you're not putting out a Pink Floyd, CD, blasting off to the next galaxy. I purposely make them weak. And then if you want to, like Emerald says, bam, kick it up a notch, then you just pop a few more. But I intentionally make them on the lighter side, purposely, so they're like it's fun. You gotta go to work the next day. Yeah, you don't want to be feeling the effects of that. It's something to kind of like the equivalent of just having a cocktail after work. You want experience. Go ahead.
All kinds of good information. Yep. What you perceive as good nutritional food, and then gets shot down. Oh no, fruit smoothies, anything with fruit, you gotta stay away from it. It's sugar. Any sugar is not good. Stay away from it. Da, 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 da. And that's all I hear getting beaten into my head by other medical people. And it's like, well, by the time, oh, bananas, oh, you don't want to have that many, just on and on and on. Oh no, apples? Oh God, no. Starch, it just goes on and on and on. It's like, all right. Then what is it that I should eat that's healthy that I might like? Because eating is one of the pleasures in life. I don't eat just strictly to survive. I enjoy the taste of certain food. And that's the name of that tune.
Castor oil.
Good evening.
Donut Hole University.
Something non-carbonated.
Yes, sir. Good evening to all.
Good evening, Jim.
Good evening, Tim, Clark, Billy, Charles, I believe. How's everybody doing tonight? You guys are making me hungry.
What the hell? Do you guys see that? Up, like 38, 97, 98? What the hell is that?
But geez, sandpaper audio, a little difficult to copy.
Yeah, that audio hurt my taint.
W2BTK over in Springfield, Vermont. Sound pretty good. You're about 20 over 9.
Yeah, they're doing okay here. Otherwise, she's a little rough around the edges.
The Kenwood TS4. That's about 25 left.
Yeah, it's about to be expected. I don't know if the rest of the guys are hearing you, but there you go.
It's W3CSE. Did I get that right?
That's right. His name is Bob. I'm just down the height.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it. It's the remote stuff plus the restricted audio with the 480. It's like the double whammy hellification. The signal is good for 25 watts, and so how are things in Old Orchard?
I looked, I was only running 10 watts. I just put it up to 25. I just boosted it. The beaches are crowded. You wouldn't know there's any shutdown that's come down the Old Orchard.
We're going to get the Speedo report from Old Orchard Beach.
Oh, they got the border closed.
Oh, man, you think I'd know that? Oh, man.
Old Orchard's hurting. We don't have our Canadian friends down here this year.
Man, somebody's doing like a two-tone test or some. I don't know what that is, but they're just spewing harmonics and they're making it down here, and they're pretty strong. If any of you have a pan adapter, are you seeing that up on like just below 3,900? It's insanity.
This is why I don't have a screen, less things to upset me.
I just have a pan, but no adapter.
Well, are you hearing like the harmonics?
I'm hearing something whistling out there. It's not really all that strong.
Man, I don't know.
I mean, Billy, why would somebody do that?
That's more of like that's one of those questions that doesn't have an answer. I mean, it's just they are doing it, and that's the only thing that we know.
N1XBM. Well, fellas, I'm going to feed into the hot and hopefully we'll get showered up here, come back out here. We're working on the radio. N1XBM.
Yeah, hurry up and finish that thing. Well, I can't talk as my 810 rig sits back there in working condition, but like still pretty janky.
That's a good start. Well, anyway, N1 BCG.
W2BTK.
N2VJ Mobile.
Damn, Jamie.
I was just going to say the same thing about you.
You are, like, almost the channel master here. That's trippy.
Yeah, you're up at about 40 over, which is a tremendous signal. I think what's happening is the E layer is, we're right at the maximum usable frequency for the E layer, and then soon I'm going to drop right out into the nether regions to you.
Yo, I'm in. One Man Apocalypse. Thank you so much for the subscription, man. Welcome to the channel. Doing some ham radio, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep, everybody's doing it. Clark is way up there, too. I mean, damn Clark.
Damn it, man.
Great night for propagation. I mean, we got no static crashes, noise levels low, signals are up. Let them rip. Smoke them if you got them.
Donald Fagen was saying, no static at all.
Yeah, Mr. Fagan was a little confused. He was talking about FM. He really should have been talking about AM.
Jim, you got that hairdryer going?
Yeah, it's got a whole bunch of cars behind it, too. Yeah, it's blowing pretty good tonight.
Sound like one of those women from the 1950s, Myrtle. You know, getting your hair done while you're doing your nails and talking on ham radio.
Yeah, every now and then it kind of squeaks like one, too. This too
Well, I'll just talk to you
shortly.
Too much. Dude, get your ham license.
poetic.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, I started out on CB radio, and I did that for a long time. I got my technician class ticket, which is your entry-level ham license. And, you know, it was fun, but it's pretty limited. Once you get your general class license, you're allowed to come down here where we're talking, which is called HF, high frequency. So right now we're on 80 meters. The frequency is 3.885. Hey, no money, what's up, man? And man, it's a lot of fun. We're using AM, but there's all kinds of different modes, you know, and you probably know this, but single sideband, but the signals you're hearing right now are AM signals on 80 meters, and it's a blast, man. I would encourage you to get licensed, and if you need any help, send me an email. You can look up my call sign on QRZ.com, QRZ.com, and my call is W2BTK. If you have any questions, or if you want to ask me right here, I would
if you're
happy to
tuned
help
into
you with that.
3885 and you have not lit it up yet tonight, this is truly your big chance to do so. Wow, why squander a moment, huh?
Hey, Clark, so we've got a guy in chat here who's looking to get his ham license. He's asking about CBs and things. I'm talking to him. Do you have any kind of advice for our friend here in chat?
Yes. Is he asking about the difference between CB and ham radio? Is he already doing CB? What's the current situation?
Well, he says he's about to get a CB, and he wants to get in the hobby, and he says he's also looking to get his ham license, and, you know, I explained to him, you know, a little bit, but, I mean, having a second opinion out there would probably be pretty cool.
You know, it's interesting. I don't know what would encourage him. I don't, you know, obviously CBs are not that expensive, so it's not big a deal if he gets one, but I don't think he's going to be all that happy with it. My concern, because it depends upon what he wants to get out of ham radio. If he wants to have conversations like this, I don't think that that's really popular or common on CB radio. So if he wants to get a CB and it's not that expensive, that's fine. Or he can put that money towards a ham radio. Oh, point him to the web SDR so he can tune around and listen, and then he should go online and look at some of the study material for getting a technician license. We have the next level up or higher. Technician gets you on 10 meters, right? CB is 11. 10 meters is what you get. That's another ham band, which is close to CB. But if you really want to have fun like this kind of talk, then they need to get your tech, and then some people jump right into getting their general class license also. It takes a little more studying, but hey, if we can do it, surely you can. So there you have it.
Yeah, if I can do it, pretty much anybody can do it.
Well, yeah, there you go. But real cool. I mean, I hope to get some interest in this. And he says he remembers. Well, he knows somebody that knows me from the Dave Made days, the CB days. So, I don't know. Really cool. It's well, thanks, guys. It's a good introduction, I suppose.
Well, I guess it depends upon what he wants to get out of the radio thing. I mean, CB might be fine for him, but I don't think he's going to have many conversations like this.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, you can always tell him that the CB was, back in the day, the CB was pretty popular. I'm speaking for myself, I'm sure maybe plenty of others, but the CB was the stepping stone to ham radio that just sparked that whole airwave kind of thing, transmitting on the air and meeting people and having some good conversations, some silly conversations, some serious conversations, and learning a hell of a lot of stuff from the other people that will talk back to you.
Hey, when I was young and CB was rocking, this is a long time ago, I would do the same thing as this. I would get on CB after school and talk with all my friends. It was great. Much better than the phone. Phone, you talk to one person. On CB, you could talk. It was a party line, so a whole bunch of friends could get together, just like this. So to me, this is very similar to what I was doing when I was on CB a long time ago, except now we're not talking about classmates and teachers. Different topic, but much later year.
Yeah, well, my CB experience was different, and I wasn't around in like the glory days of CB like you guys. It was mostly just riding around in my mobile and scumbagging and keying on people and playing the horn sound and having a lot of fun. And I did that for years, but there's not a lot of room for growth there. I didn't start getting into things and really learning anything like significant about radio until I got licensed and I got, my general class license, and that just opened windows. I got into better, cleaner signals, better audio, building my own stuff. Like a lot of my station here is homebrew, homemade, and that just was not something that I was doing or I had anybody to bounce ideas off of or this and that on the CB. So getting licensed and getting out here, like, it was just like leaps that I made forward in knowing about radio and just doing that stuff. Like it's kind of a different world, and yeah, it's a lot more relaxed. You come out and have conversations rather than just kind of like a cluster what on the CB. Not to say that I didn't have a great time doing that, but let's see what he said. He also builds his own amps and radios. Oh, your buddy built his own amps and radios, and he wants to make a Twitch account. Well, yeah, get him on here. But what I'm saying is CB is fun, but the real learning didn't start, and like I didn't develop good skills or I had some skills, but they didn't really start coming to fruition until I got licensed and got on these general class frequencies, because there's some guys doing really cool stuff on CB, don't get me wrong, but there's almost everybody down here doing really cool stuff on ham radio, and they're willing to share it with you and literally hold your hand through it. For instance, like I was building a homemade 810 transmitter. My friend Bruce, WL7B, sent me down tube sockets. Clark, who I'm talking to right now, sent me a plate current meter, and they were like, yeah, get into it, like here's how you do it, if you got any questions, this and that, which was not like the norm on CB, but it is the norm down here. So if you're interested in like really learning stuff and doing stuff, I would totally try as hard as I can to get licensed, and not only licensed, but get your general class license. So with that, I'll give it back to you guys. W2BTK.
Billy, I have to agree with you 100%. KC2DHU. It wasn't until the same thing, until I got my general class license, that I really wanted to have a clean, as I possibly could, or strive to have a clean signal. And to be very honest with you, I'm sure your buddy's listening there on the whatever feed it is. I had another 101 that was tuning it up a long time ago. For 10 meters, not for CB, but I was, a tech. And, I had 28.3, 28.5 to play with, and 10 meters was rocking, and I wanted to get this buddy going. So I was doing an alignment on it. And then I was doing an alignment on the 80 meter portion, and I heard these marvelous signals, which was probably Clark and Tim and plenty of others out there. And I sat there and I listened and listened. I said, oh no. I said, I want to sound like those people. I want to be part of that group of people on AM. And just everybody was talking about good times, bad times, and the knowledge that was spewed forth, back and forth. And I remember sitting back in those days, I was sitting there on the kitchen table with this damn radio, because the wife was in Florida for the week at her mom's house. So I said, I got the whole kitchen table to flirt with this radio. And I'm messing with this thing, and it kind of stopped the alignment right in the tracks for a couple of nights as I sat there and listened on AM. And I hit the books. I said, I gotta get a general. And as soon as I got the general license, pretty much strictly AM all the way, and never looked back. And But yeah, I get on Slop Bucket once in a while, but to be very honest with you, the passion is here, and it kind of renewed my passion in the radio. Talking on the repeaters, and I have a repeater on the air. I figured all that stuff out, and tuning duplexers and everything else, and people say, well, you gotta send your duplexer back to this one, that one. I said, no, you can tune it yourself. And people were bringing me duplexers, and I was tuning them in the redneck fashion, and they were working really well. And it kind of grew old on me, and I was just kind of like dead in the hobby, and kind of like this kind of I don't think I've talked on my repeater. I listen to it every now and then, but I haven't talked on it in a couple of months, and I pretty much know everybody that's out there, or the people that are linked into it. But I don't really have time to get on, ham radio. Here I am, torturing all of you guys on AM KC2DHU.
Y'all. Well, good stuff, man. What do you say? Yeah, so I gave him the K3FEF web SDR so he can go viffo around and listen to HF. And he says that him and his buddy, who built his own amps and stuff, they work on a tugboat together. And, they're going to study and test together, which is really cool, man. You got to do it. It's fun. I hope that you come out here and talk to me and Clark and Jim some point in the near future.
Yeah.
They used to come on the repeater. Geez, this is probably 3 or 4 years ago. Well, when they were building a Tappan Zee Bridge, and he was on a tugboat. He worked for a couple different tug companies. He was out of Pennsylvania someplace. He was a pretty cool cat. Yeah, he used to get on there and carry on for a while, and maybe go 2 weeks off and maybe 3 weeks on the tug. And he seemed to have a pretty interesting life on a tug. And then I think he got switched off, or he quit that company and went to a different tug company or something like that. But yeah, it's cool here. Tugboat dude getting involved.
Hey, this is King. What's going on? Welcome to the channel.
Oh man, we got all sorts of people popping in here now. This is cool. Ham Radio 101, right?
Yeah, I'm talking on the 101, so it works.
Yeah. Guy being on a tugboat, he says he's all over the place. I mean, tugboat mobile, that would be something. But anyway.
Well, as I said, that's right.
That is right. The cat's sleeping over here by the speaker. She likes ham radio. She's a radio cat. Well, that's a lot of silence.
Yeah, I think this must be the intermission. Everybody's out in the lobby at the, getting food and beers.
Beer, yes. Am I on frequency? Yeah, kind of close.
Speaking of beer, it's probably time now to pour myself a glass of wine. What time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock. We've been at it for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think it's time.
On such a beautiful night, it's always time for a beer. Stay thirsty, my friend.
Clark, did the Bangers and Mash make a reappearance yet? Because I know that's coming.
No way. I love Bangers and Mash. That Boxty is one of my favorites, and of course corned beef and cabbage. So those three, I could cycle through those for days.
Wait, I thought you were making Bangers and Mash for the Murph Man.
He let me have some.
Oh my.
Wait.
Oh yeah, we shared dinner.
I heard someone key up underneath and say wait, and something like kind of like hey, who was that?
What's Bangers and Mash?
Oh.
Hello.
How about that VJ Mobile?
Yes, this is a 2VJ Mobile. What is Bangers and Mash?
What is Bangers and Mash? Bangers and Mash is a very traditional Irish dish, which is a meat lover's paradise. Look it up. It's quite it's quite hearty.
Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that. My mother's right off the boat from County Mayo.
I used to work with a guy from Cork, and he flew a guy from Mayo. And for some reason, all the people in the bar, we go out drinking or something like that, and the guy from Mayo would come in, they'd always say, God help us, Mayo, for whatever reason that was.
Well, I'm running barefoot right now. Barefoot wine, that is.
I took my shoes off, so I'm running socks. But I am running wine to get the logging program to work under Linux.
Wait, what?
Who's the mobile station out there? I got a little bit of a light copy on you, but I got you here. Jim in Tompkins Cove, New York. KC2DHU.
I think you're talking to me, Jim. It's Jamie. This is W2BTK Movement. Deep in the barrel from the Catskill Mountains now.
Oh, okay, Dave. In the bowels of the Catskills. November 2, Bravo, Juliet, correct?
Victor Juliet, it's Jamie.
Oh shit, Jamie. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. You've got a good signal up here. I'm real interested in this Bangers and Mash. This is the second time I've heard you guys mention that, and I've never heard of it.
Oh, neither did I. I guess Clark could fill you in more about that than I am. I've never heard of Bangers and Mash before. I've been around a lot of Irishmen.
Of course, I do love corned beef and cabbage, all the regular, normal stuff you hear of. But it sounds real interesting. When I look it up, I'm like,
Whereabouts you roaming around the Catskills tonight, Jamie?
Well, it's hard to describe. Gilboa. Near the Gilboa Reservoir, over.
I couldn't pull it out. You're kind of light, but Ulster County, something like that?
No, Schoharie County. I'm right up against the face of a mountain right now. That's why I'm so weak. I'm in Schoharie County, coming into Gilboa.
Okay, Gilboa. Yeah, you're up there a little ways then.
Yeah, I'll be entering Greene County. I'll be a little bit more in the clear, but right now I'm right up against kind of working my way up a mountain.
Okay, Roger. Yeah, usually you're talking to me and I'm on the mobile. you're the one having a hard time trying to copy me. Good to hear you out there. Everything's good with you and your family?
Everything's good, Jim. Thank you very much. I hope the same for you. Okay, I know I'm weak. I'll just fade back into the woodwork. KC2, VA2, DJ Mobile.
Hey, Roger. Good to hear you again, man. A little rough on the copy here, but good to hear you out there, my friend. W2BTK, KC2DH2 with the group.
Jamie, you're still doing really well here.
Yeah, so are you. Now I'm a little more clear in your direction as I'm over the peak of that one mountain. It's sort of more like ridges. And then as I get down here into a town called Grand Gorge, I'm just going to disappear completely because I'm so completely blocked in. So I'll back out typically. W2BTK and 2DJ Mobile.
Yeah, all right, Jamie. I mean, just because it's probably interesting to you, you've been a solid 40 dB above the noise, your SNR, like the whole time, at times peaking above 50, and then, every once in a while, I guess because you're mobile or conditions or whatever, it'll drop slightly below 40, but, I'm just impressed. That is a solid-ass signal from that mobile, man. Whatever you're doing, it's working.
I just think it's conditions, Billy, because you're really strong. I'm now in the Green and surrounded by little, kind of buildings. But you've been very solid, too. I'm not going to hear much from you, though, because I'm in a noise area. I have to be down in about 5 minutes. This is N2VJ Mobile.
Yeah, all right, Jamie. Well, understandable, but dang, man, that thing... Whatever's going on tonight, that's it, your mobile is hanging in there with all these, base stations. Except for Clark, he's super strapping.
I've been working out.
He's got one of those strap masters.
Strapping? Well, I guess I know what the term strapping came from, but it's just funny. We all say strapping.
W2K.
It was W2, and I missed the suffix.
Kilo Alpha 8, Whiskey Tango Kilo in Ohio. That was a mobile station you were talking to?
Yes, sir. That's a N2VJ out there in the mobile. And it was a Kilo Alpha 2, and then I already forgot the suffix, but I heard you out there in Ohio. Good evening from W2BTK on Montana Mountain in New Jersey. The name is Bill.
It's really easy to remember. It's called Kilo Alpha number 8, Whiskey Tango Kilo. And my name is also Bill. That mobile could be heard here in Ohio. I'm quite impressed.
Okay, gotcha. Whiskey Alpha 8 WTK from W2BTK. We were just talking about how it's kind of trippy, like how he is hanging in there, and he's been in there for 2 hours, with a steady signal from that mobile.
Man's really quiet tonight. I hope it must be just perfect.
Yep, it's a good night to be on 80 meters. Clark, are you hearing WTK out there in Ohio?
Yeah.
That's cool. Clark, you're putting position on yourself.
These things happen.
Connor's back from his satellite contact extravaganza. Holy crap, you made 20 satellite contacts and ran a pile-up.
Yeah, I got the satellites tuned in here. I haven't heard any of that. Ask him if it was on the FM or linear satellites.
Just asked which bird. Clark, why don't you come in my chat?
I don't have all that app stuff.
You don't need an app. It's browser-based.
All right. What's your channel? Snap My Bra or something on Twitch?
Nah, I wish. I changed it. Just go to my my QRZ page there, and there's a big link for it right at the top. W2BTK. All right, let's see. Connor was working SO50. That goes without saying. AO07, which is probably a little bit of tougher to hit. AO92. That's a pretty common. AO27. So AO07 and AO27. And he says a few Chinese ones. I mean, that's not that easy. I've only ever made a contact on SO50. But then again, I was using a handheld Aero Yagi and an HT with like 8 channels programmed for Doppler shift.
Are you talking about me?
What?
Are you talking about Guam?
Yeah. Welcome to the QSO. There he is. Connor, that rig you got on the trailer, that's really badass.
Yeah, it belongs to my high school. We take it out for the day and also a 40-year-old satellite from Southend, so 40-year-old satellite is quite a challenge.
Dude, you go to a cool high school. They have a satellite rig. That's amazing. I wish my high school had that.
Here I 0BTK since some people on frequency don't know how to repeat their VFO on the frequency.
Oh, don't 0-beat me. I'm on a drifty VFO that was designed in the 1940s.
Yeah, me too. Don't zero beat me. Please don't zero beat me.
You just got to let the VFO warm up for an hour or two.
You see, that's the sad thing. It's been on for like almost 3 hours, and it's still drifting a little bit. It'll stabilize eventually, but it takes a while.
Put an electric heater under it.
Yeah, that's what I need in here, more heat.
Speaking of heat, let me go QSY and turn on the air conditioner. Good lord.
You can always hope for more global warming.
It's not that bad in here. I've got the door shut with the room with all the transmitters in it, and it hasn't really seeped out here yet, but I'm sure it's about 15 degrees hotter in there than it is where I'm standing out here in my living room.
Maybe you gotta put the VFO in there and run an extra long cable over KC3NBN.
Yeah, I don't even want to like pop the cover of that VFO because it works, and it works on all bands, and I get plenty of grid drive, and I have 3 of those Johnson 122 VFOs, and this is the only one that just works. So I don't even look at it. You know what I mean? Like don't even breathe on it. But maybe one day I won't be so timid around it. And no money. That's funny.
Hopefully the Chernobyl resistor doesn't go out.
No, that thing's holding on strong, and it's still, what is that thing, like an 18K? I haven't measured it, but this particular 122 is like really nice. It should probably be in a museum.
Yeah, it's an 18K. I put a 20K 5-wire in my over.
I got a couple of old Teeth Kit VF1s, and you go to those things that connect up, tighten all the connections and stuff like that. After they're around for a while, well, they're fairly stable.
Yeah, you just gotta leave them on always.
I'm also fairly stable.
Yeah, if you leave it on always, it's just rock solid at that point in time.
Well, like the old Hammerlands used to have the oscillator on all the time when it was plugged in. Yeah, the Hammerlands did that. They said to keep the moisture out and keep it stable.
I've been tempted to do what Clark does with his El Valiente and get one of those Doctor of Dental Surgery VFOs and build a little buffer amp for it, and then I'll be super stable, rock solid on frequency. But you know what? Like back in the day, it wasn't cool to drift, but here we are in 2020, the age of ICOM 7300s and SDRs and all this fancy stuff. Now it's cool again, like if you got a little drift, so I don't know, that's how I kind of feel about it, so I don't mind it.
You forgot to mention being in the age of synchronous AM. Yep, I'm here.
Tell me about synchronous AM.
Well, that's the good thing about old tube rigs. It really isn't a good old tube rig if it doesn't just drift slightly.
I think I got the crap. I'm going insane over here, y'all. Everybody being on frequency.
Oh, Connor, is it like a laser beam fight? Like, choo, 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 choo.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching Star Wars.
We should be used to that if you're doing satellite contacts.
Fun fact.
So Connor, as you're doing your contacts, you're changing your frequency, to keep up with the Doppler, right?
Oh no, I'm lazy. I have the computer do that for me.
You are going to be well known on those birds.
Quick fun fact, Connor. In Star Wars, all those laser sounds, right? Before they had like good computer sound design and stuff, they did them all Foley, like, you know, just acoustic stuff. They made all those laser sounds in the Star Wars movies. Guess what? With Slinkies.
Yeah, Slinkies and what's the other one? They guy wires, telephone.
Yep.
Probably they should have recorded the sounds of the rails coming off of a rail train when they lay down rails. You never seen such a huge piece of wire just bend like a piece of spaghetti and flop around on the ground, and the sound that comes out of that thing is astounding.
How about the sound of a freight train when it comes off the rails?
Not as spectacular, trust me. That's more of a crashing sound. When they drop them rails down and they're slinking around on the ground, that tweet, it's really Star Wars kind of. I should record it the next time. Well, I don't know when they're going to do rails around here again, but when they lay down a rail train, if I'm around, it's a cool-ass sound.
All right, one more. How about the sound of Billy coming off the rails?
Metro North train hit an 18-wheeler crossing the Sawmill Parkway from 100 yards away. You should have heard that.
How about pond hockey, man? You guys ever play pond hockey and then, like, you kind of, like, you hear the ice make that weird sound? It kind of would sound probably similar to that rail sound, like it's, I don't know, it's really trippy. You only hear it when you play pond hockey.
The best sound is when someone falls through.
Hey, Billy, when are you going to mod your VFO, your radio like you did on that YouTube video I saw? Make your truck mod. When you key up, you got to wait a second for it to come on the frequency, huh?
Oh, I did that in some of my old CBs, man. You put like you just stick a capacitor in the right spot in the PL circuit there, and as it discharges, you just slide on the frequency. I have a YouTube video of that, actually.
No, I hear people doing that. That's for real. People want to do that. I hear it, and I think, wow, that guy's using an old boat anchor.
That's why they do it. You can make your plastic CB, like your Cobra 25, do that. They call it a VFO wind-up mod.
Wow.
Everything is fake.
Wow. That is interesting.
Except for that bass. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, man. I've been listening for a while. Just saying hello. W2 very weak.
Alright, I just turned my VFO.
I know, Connor. We're being bad.
Yeah, hello, donut hole.
How you doing tonight, Dave? Chris, how you guys doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm up in the Adirondacks. It's going to be in the 30s tonight.
All right. Good night in the Adirondacks.
What, do you having a heat wave?
No, that was when I came up. What was that, Tuesday? But nah, it's beautiful up here. Oh, my God.
How about the bugs?
Well, when I got up here and it was 90 degrees and 100% humidity, the black flies were so big they had landing lights on them. But now that it's been in the 50s and 60s, they're dormant. It's going to be that way for a week.
Yeah, well, enjoy. Sounds like a lot of fun.
It should be.
Yeah, I remember that. I used to go up there when I was a kid. My grandparents had that place up there in Wilmington. My grandmother used to call them no-see-ums. Man, them things were vicious in the summertime.
Yeah, the first day unloading the car, well, there's a bunch of holes in my arms from the bites. They take a chunk with them. Nasty business.
They got to eat.
It was too hot to wear a long sleeve shirt. But man, I'm still reeling from Billy and the slide home.
Yeah, no,
The resurgence of boat anchor CBs.
that's a real thing, Chris. I even made, when I found out about that, I tried it in one of my Cobra radios, and I made a YouTube video of it. And, you know, like I switched my SDR receiver to slop bucket so that you could hear the damn thing, and it was just like, come right down on frequency. But it kind of stinks because, like, if you do too much, like, and you start talking too soon, nobody, like, you sound all screwed up, so you better have a real strapping signal, you know?
Yeah. Oh, my God. You know, the things that I see at 11 meters that run contrary to, you know, normal engineering, that's one of them. Now that I've learned that. The other one, and this goes back 30 years ago, when the Uniden HR 2510 came out, I bought one. In fact, all the guys in the shop I was working with were all hams. We all bought them. And the first thing we did was throw out the stock mic and put a good power mic on there. And that's when the trouble started, because they somehow were letting RF or audio into the speaker on transmit. It was terrible. You couldn't run a power mic, you know. And I called Uniden complaining about it, and they said, oh, no, that's a feature. That's the talkback feature. I'm like, what?
Talkback?
Oh, talkback is awful. I used to run it because I used to have like 8 to 10 sound toys in my radio, like key up tones and horn, like burr, 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 and I wanted to know when they were done playing. So I'd stick a resistor in there that would give it like just a little bit of talkback, not enough so that I could hear my voice, but since the toys were so much more blown out and louder than my voice, I could slightly hear the sound of that noise toy coming from the radio, and that's why I did it. But like actually monitoring yourself through that crap, ugh.
Yeah, that's not like here I'm monitoring myself on my R398 headphones. But, with the 2510, it wasn't bad on AM, but on sideband, you hear yourself.
Welcome to Vintage CB Theater.
So, Bill, you had one of them boxes hooked up to your CB that used to play like goat noises and stuff like that, and cows mooing?
Had any of that. I was always running a boat anchor and a mixer and an audio chain like I am now.
Jim, I used to make those things for people. People would like ask me to make them and send them all around the country because like they thought that I had some secret sauce formula that like you could. They all had problems with those things. They buy one and put it in the radio and then key up their amp and it would erase itself or not work. And like I was like, oh, I make RF-proof sound toys, and like everybody wanted one. The most popular one was the DJ air horn, like burr, 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 burr. You know what I'm talking about. But I would buy. They had these ISD voice memo chips, right? And you could get a demo board for it, like, from the manufacturer. And I would just order a bunch of those demo boards, load them with sounds. And since, I was doing audio engineering at the time, so I would tailor the frequency response, cut out the highs and lows, and like boost certain frequencies so that they just cut on the CB. Like they were just loud and obnoxious. And people wanted those things, man. I made a ton of them. I used to have buttons and knobs and switches all over my radio. I'd put them inside the radio and just get out there. And actually, a funny story with the horns. When we started doing that, it was like a group of maybe 10 guys, right? And we all had the horn. I made a bunch of them and kind of passed them out to select people who had big signals on 11 meters. And we would drive around and not talk. And everybody, they were in the hands of truckers and guys commuting to work and this and that, kind of like all over this tri-state area. And everybody was playing this horn sound over top of everything with these big signals, and like everyone on Channel 19 thought that it was one guy who didn't sleep, didn't eat, and had like the biggest radio in the world. I hear this guy in Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, all times of the day. It's this guy. He's insane with that horn. But it was really like 10 guys driving around at different times of the day in different areas playing an identical Soundtoy chip. And it caused so much... I mean, it was insane. People still probably talk about the horn on 11 meters.
I think I remember that. I have to query him.
Check it out. You got a pile up, man.
Well, yep, I remember one of them sounds coming out of there, even back in the day. And then if you listen, like, you know, the Super Bowl, there was a Channel 6. You know, sometimes you hear, like, goats and chickens out there and all kinds of stuff coming out of radio, you know. And these guys just sitting there. It seems like they're talking to themselves. Black flag down here. We got your bug down here and I got down. Bang, bang. Bunk, bunk. Yeah, sometimes it's just hysterical. But, yeah, good times.
Oh, you two very weak at 20.
W2JBL.
KC2DHU.
W2BTK with the HHH buffer.
Okay, fine.
It's Channel 19.
Hogs love rummy.
I just found the recording of that the other day, Dave, after the move, and I vowed to digitize it.
I got a couple of good herb recordings I need to do something with. I even have a recording of him. Well, I have two of them, but I have one of him that was done in person, so there's no DX100 to make him sound awful.
Wow. Well, I have the other thing I found with the Hogs Love Rummy tapes was the recording of the morning after we planted the jammer in the woods across the street from his house, and he got on the air and found it. I have him on tape freaking out.
I remember that. I don't remember how it went, but I remember when that happened.
Oh, God, he was off the rails paranoid. That was that was the money shot right there.
4 score.
He couldn't believe that somebody would have the nerve to invade his compound and do harm.
Yeah, well, you probably got the last laugh because you probably went home with a half a dozen deer ticks on your person. That place was the deer tick capital of planet Earth.
Well, we did it about, I don't know, midnight, 11 o'clock. I had an accomplice. We did it, and who the hell was the deer ticks? We weren't even thinking about that. I think it was like October, so it was cold. No, we went out, hit a bar on the way home, stopped off at 287 someplace, and got totally hammered. And I got home and somehow managed to drag myself out of bed about 7 a.m., flip on the receiver, and there he is just flipping out over it and, ghost talking over the thing. Oh, God, that's great.
Yeah, they don't make memories like that anymore.
Our forefathers promised us the Constitution.
HLR, Hogs Love Rummies. Oh, God. Well, he was, if nothing else, he was good entertainment.
Yes, he was.
But I never got as far as what Billy was just saying about the voice recorder boards. I had thought about it, but the stuff I was, the stuff I was planting in people's yards on 11 meters, and it was back in that was in the 90s. I was using these toys. You could get these, Space Invader Sounds toys, or, Jackie the Joke Man toy and telling jokes, or, I was incorporating those into the jamming radios.
Yeah, you got to get a Polly the Parrot chip.
Well, I put one in the radio that was Jackie Mason's Final Word, and it was, and I would lock them in, so it was these handheld toys, and I'd lock them on so they would, go in a loop, and I planted one in the woods behind this guy's house. It was a problem on 11 meters, and it was, "You're a moron." It's Jackie went, "You're a moron," like that, and It lasted like 2 or 3 days. The guy finally, and a friend of mine taped it. That guy had a breakdown on the air over it.
You can't do that to me.
Easy come, easy go. It just didn't compute.
I had too much fun on 11 meters, man.
That was great stuff. That was in the 90s, so I was in my 40s at that point. But going back a few hours, you were talking to Clark about, teenage and high school experiences. If Clark is still in here, he'll back me up on it. We weren't doing the Channel 6 thing. We were, it was the social media, we all had on our cars. There were girls on there, my God, so we'd cruise up and down Boston Road, meeting carloads of chicks on CB. It was great.
Yeah, back in the day, there were a lot of girls on CB. Yes, there was. Had a lot of friends, met a lot of girlfriends on there.
Oh, yes.
Here again.
God, my first date was with a girl from CB, Janie. This big tit, redheaded chick. I think I was 14 years old. We rode our bikes together for a little while, and later on ended up at her mother's house. Her mother wasn't home, and she let me play with her big tits. And that's what radio can do for you.
Yes. It's always handy to have all 23 channels.
Man, see, that was over by the time I got on CB. I don't think I ever talked to a woman, not once on CB. It was just a lot of irate truck drivers and pot stirrers and people playing sounds and keying over each other, carrying on. Lots of nonsense. We had a CB forum called CBASSHOLES.com, where we would congregate and discuss our Channel 19 terroristic tactics.
Jesus. All I can ever remember, both on AM and sideband, in both periods I was on the air in the 70s and in the 90s, up to the 2000s, and even today. It's just like here, it's a bunch of people hanging out. And there's Channel 28 and Channel 6 and this and that. I don't participate in any of that. I have no interest in it, but pretty much where I live now is just business as usual. We're not letting people on the air because we're a bunch of dying baby boomers.
Well, it got pretty crazy, like, when I was doing it. There was guys out there, running tubes, like, and not little tubes, like 3,000s, 6,000s and stuff, mobile, like going and parking on the hill and just wiping the band clean.
Yes, 11 meters was declared an autonomous zone.
Yeah. Oh, Clark, you must have done that, cruised up and down the post road meeting girls, right?
Oh, yeah. Keep in mind that I didn't have a driver's license when all that was going on.
Oh, okay. Oh, and you know what? It's the other day was June 10th. You know what day that is? It was 10th the other day. You know what day that is?
I forgot to send a card.
Well, as best I can ascertain, not that I'm stalking, she is in Milford.
Really?
Yeah, she's in Milford, and at 55, I guess she would be a MILF if she had kids. I don't know. World War II transmitter is drifting too. But, yeah, it occurred to me the other day. It was her birthday.
I'm a little drifted right now.
Have you people no regard for those using synchronous detectors with immature software?
Well, how does the sync detector deal with my partial lack of an upper sideband and phase modulation? That I'm really curious about.
I don't know. I'm not using one. It's just when you hear that. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec.
All right, it's pretty close.
Well, I wasn't ragging on you. World War II transmitter had drifted and corrected it. You can stay where you were. There's no problem.
Yeah, I just, it's too noisy to zero beat right now, like acoustically in the room where my VFO is. So I just kind of guessed, like I gave it a little, like a little bump on the VFO, and I went a little bit too far, but I should drift right down on frequency eventually, unless the VFO is stabilized, which it might have. It's been on a while.
I don't have my glasses on.
Yo, diode component, man. Welcome to the party, bro. Thanks for the follow.
You are on frequency W2BTK W4IPC with a strapping singer.
Oh, damn. Connor's on the remote. Everybody watch out.
Yeah, I hear him pretty good. Bill, I read you with my digital mechanical dial at the 3885.3.
Hey, kid, you want to carry my tube caddy?
Well, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. My 1940s drifty VFO. It should stay put here. It's been on long enough, and the room behind me has definitely got enough heat in it to help.
Nope, correction. I put my glasses on. You're on 3885.2. So you got 3 of those things. Don't mess with the one that works, but tear into one of them and shotgun it. Replace everything. Replace the ceramic trimmer caps too. You'll find them on eBay. And when you get done, you'll find the thing is really freaking stable.
Yeah, I started doing that, and the one I was doing it on, I kind of like screwed up a little bit. It still works, but like it just wasn't working quite right afterwards, and it kind of killed my confidence. So I just got the nicest one, and I stuck it in there, and like, yeah, it drifts a little, but it works on all the bands. The problem I have with these 122s is getting enough grid drive on 10 meters. Because 2 of them that I have just are piss weak up there, and this one seems to do great. So I use this one. I don't know, but you're right. I should tear into the damn thing. Dave gave me all of them. They're his, and you know I guess he doesn't want them back or something. So I've got 3 of them.
Well, listen, there's a coil in the plate circuit of that VFO. I forget whether there's 2. Some VFOs have one just for 11 meters. Another one, most of them just have a plate tuning coil, for 40 meters. What you need to do, if you want to use that thing on 11 meters, if there's only one coil, peak that for maximum grid drive on 11. You'll lose 10, but you'll get your grid drive.
Well, I'll give it a try. Next time I'm feeling like screwing with it, but I replaced all the cable in and out, the 8-pin like octal thing, and then the coax, and I replaced a couple of the components, and then it started acting all stupid.
What coax did you use on the output of it, and how long
say 73. We will catch you all later. This is W4IPC, Whiskey for India Papa Charlie, in Jefferson, New York, 73.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. 7-3's Connor.
7-3, Connor, man. Have a good night. To DHO.
Yeah, see you later, Connor. Good job on all those satellite contacts today, man. That's impressive stuff. And Chris, I used I think it was 8X coax or something, whatever I had, but I was meticulous about making the lengths exactly the same as what was there.
Ah, okay. This happens to everybody. There's 2 cables you can use for that. It's not 50 ohms. It has to be a high impedance cable. Old school AM car radio antenna cable, or what is it? RG62. RG62. It's 92 ohms. It's very low capacitance. The capacitance of the cable makes up the other part of the resonant circuit with the plate tank coil, which doesn't have a resonating cap across it. The RG58 or RG8 or series cables, those are like 22 or 30 picofarads capacitance per foot.
The 92 ohm cable is like 10 p.m. per foot. And it's, I'm not saying it's not critical, but it's extremely important to use a high impedance cable for that and keep it like under 3 feet. It makes a huge difference. That's probably what's kicking it.
Yeah, no, I made them exactly the same length because I figured that might be a problem. So I don't know what I did, but I screwed it up a little bit.
No, it's the cable type. You have to use a high impedance cable, as I mentioned. I think it's RG62, 92 ohm coax. It's out there. You'll find it. It's cheap. Of course, I happen to have some. Or and this is what we used to use back in the day, the antenna cable from an AM car radio from a boat anchor car.
Yeah, 92 ohm coax. Connor should know all about that stuff if he's working satellites.
It's interesting information for me, Chris, even though I know full with Johnson VFOs, but if I ever come across one, that's something to put in the back of my memory skull. There's a room back there. But interesting tip. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
The exception is the Heathkit HG10, HG10B. That's a low impedance output. But any VFO that has the plate circuit coupled directly to the output, with or without a tuning inductor, has to look into a high impedance load, and that includes the cable. The losses are tremendous. You don't see it on 80 and 160, but from 40 meters up, it really kills your grid drive if you don't have the right cable.
Auto antenna coax to connect the SB301 and SB401 together.
I did try my VF1 on 11 meters, and I couldn't get much grid drive out of that damn thing whatsoever. Interesting.
Yeah, depending on the VFO, I don't have a manual in front of me. I'd have to go download it. But some of those VFOs had a separate plate tuning inductor for 11 meters. They'd have two of them, one for 11 meters and one for 40 through 10. And you need to peak both of them up. I think the Johnson VFO has two, but it varies. But it needs to be, if you're having that issue, that's where you got to look. And that it is the fix, getting that straightened out, that and the cable.
I had no idea about that, Chris. I mean, yeah, I use 50 ohm. That's I can see why that doesn't work that well.
Yeah, now if they took the output of the VFO off of the cathode of the tube, the 50 ohm cable would be fine because it's low impedance at that point. Yeah, that's a bit of information that's lost to history.
That's because they designed that thing before television, because there's cathode followers weren't well known.
CB. Yeah, Warren, some of them do that too, and others, most actually, have different inductor.
I've never run into that, but the VF1 I had an extra trimmer cap just for 11. And I converted it to grid bias to run with the DX60. So someone out there, if they ended up with it on eBay, they're confused as hell. I modified that big time.
I have a VF1. I used it for years up here in Tool, as a matter of fact. I had it modified for grid block keying. It worked great. Never had it on a DX60. I got to go out and visit the Incident Command Center, which is the porch, W2JBL. I'll be back. Went out to visit the Incident Command Center on the porch last night about 9 o'clock. And was greeted by 8 sets of eyes, or rather 4 sets of eyes glaring in the light from the porch, right at the edge of the woods. Coyotes.
Voyeurs.
Yeah, 10 feet from where I'm standing on the porch when it whipped out.
That's quite a message.
Did you ask them what they wanted?
Hope you weren't shooting blanks. They're usually skittish as hell. All you gotta do is call one of them and say, oh boy, and they run like hell.
Hey, Clark, we got another guy in here, Mr. Diode Component, who's looking to get licensed. He wants to get out here on HF. He's already got an HF rig, and he listens with it, so he's that much farther ahead.
There you go. You should really keep track of these guys and start up some dialogue. Help them get on.
Yeah, man. I'm handing out my email like hotcakes. If anybody wants to ask questions or needs help. But anyway, Dave, you're strapping as hell. Propagation is really good tonight. Low noise, no lightning crashes. It's a thing of beauty.
Oh, I'm liking it down there. I'm at my camp up in the Adirondack Mountains. I'm a good 250 miles farther north and west from where I usually operate.
Not quite the super strapping signal that you usually have, but like strapping, your SNR is 52 dB above the noise. So like I'm sitting back in my chair. Well, I would be if I wasn't standing.
Ah, okay, very good, thank you. Well, I'm not running quite as much power. I'm only running the Eastern SP220, about 300 watts, and I'm 50 miles north of Utica, New York, at about 1,800 foot elevation, with a clear shot to the south.
Thanks for the signal report. Yeah, you're in the clear here too, Billy, and you're doing fine, Chris. No problem at all. W2 very weak. Yeah, Gotham was just at the window, and she's barking her head off. I look out, and there's the cat I was telling you about. It's on my deck, though. The cat never comes up on the deck. And then I'm just looking back. This is one mean-looking cat, but it's not mangy. It looks pretty good for an outdoor cat that is in the business of killing everything that it can find.
Ooh, the nasty cat is getting a little more comfortable. I mean, cat is a good thing to have around, you know, and they're destructive to the ecosystem, but it usually like benefits you as a homeowner.
I've got a neighborhood cat that's taken to hunting my property, and he's sprayed it and scented it all over the place. He's leaving dead rodents by the entrance to my garage up the hill. He's leaving squirrels and chipmunks. I got nothing left to shoot at.
I mean, he likes you. He wants to be your friend, that's why. Yeah, I got a pride of him here. And, well, we got him all fixed and stuff like that, because it was getting to be a big pride of him. But, they're actually great. They're really great. You can pet them and stuff like that, and yeah, they greet you in the driveway when you come home, and they take care of any kind of rodent problems that are around. They're good animals. They do their job. And Chris, you're strapping, and very weak. You're strapping as well. You guys are sounding really good in the Cove tonight. Everybody's sounding good in the Cove tonight.
Yeah, Jim, you're 30 over. David's 40 over. Well, this isn't a feral cat. He's got a collar on. It's some neighborhood cat. He's just taken over hunting on my property, which I appreciate him killing the mice coming out of my garage, but I wish he'd leave the squirrels and chipmunks alone, because that's what I shoot at.
Yeah, Jimmy Ellenville, yeah, he loves shooting squirrels. He made a squirrel lasagna. Wow, it's probably about 5 or 6 years ago. He made a squirrel lasagna and didn't tell me what it was till I was eating it. And it was good. But I said, what is this? He said, it's squirrel. It's a squirrel lasagna he made. But it was good.
Oh, God. Well, I leave them for the critters. They're always, whatever I nail, they're always gone in the morning. But the real challenge is the chipmunks, you know, especially, 25 to 50 yards of chipmunk. Those suckers move really fast. It's some of the best sports shooting I've ever experienced. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I know. I'm shooting defenseless critters.
Well, I ain't a hunter, so that, I'm the asshole that goes out there and feeds these things. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I have my battles around here with the raccoon. Well, plenty of raccoons. Try to steal the cat food. So me and the raccoons go battle back and forth year after year. It's just a game of cat and mouse. I play with them. Never been bothered by one of them. It seems like I just hear the wife coming out of the house. Just called them little shitheads. So I guess the raccoon's at the cat food dish. So I'll be back in a second. Let me go outside and see if this little bastard away again.
W2JVL, W2GCR.
That was great.
Yeah, okay, Jim. Well, I was going to sign out. I don't have a raccoon problem. What about rabies and died while you were there? You want to go down and bend for something? Chris, you copy this station? Yes, I do. Hi, Chris. Just want to say hi, WB2GCR, and hello to everybody else. I'm going to sign in a second. Bear, I heard you this morning. Listened for quite a while. You sound much better. You've got audio now. You've got clean audio now. But it's all over at 3,000 cycles. If you could just, in fact, Clark is on here. He'll give you the magic formula. A simple RC network, a resistor and a cap parallel with each other in series with the hot lead of your D104. Clark will give you the wireless. I can't remember off the top of my head. You'll have presence rise, and your audio will be perfect. You just try to get the sock out of your mouth. Yeah, the problem is these heads, these D104 heads I've got are not really good. The one that I had that was great fell on the floor. It's not that bad. I don't notice a difference. We all sound about the same. Take the maxi pad out of the front. That helps a lot. But just a little RC presence rise network in the base and someplace will you'll be fine. All right, well, someone's going to have to, maybe I'll do it. I'll have to record myself and see what it really needs just to be sure. Yeah, the maxi pad's out of this one, I'm pretty sure. Or greatly reduced, yep. Yeah, I had one that was just super duper, man. And the mic went off the side and it went BAM! And that was it. Oh, well. Yeah, but it's much better. You can use a little more audio. You had more this morning, but really a lot cleaner, much better modulated. That's all you need. The balance, everything. EQ is perfect. It's just a little over by 3,000 cycles, 3,500 cycles. So anyway, enough of that. Busting Bear's chops. Sorry, I don't mean to do that. It's meant well. I'm going to get out of here. Jim's chasing the raccoon. He's down there chasing some kind of critters. And Bill at o'clock on the sidelines. I'm going to get out of here. See you all in the morning. Actually, I might be mobile tomorrow morning. I got to go into town anyway. Catch y'all later. WKBL Portable TV. Towards New York, where we have bears, mountain lions, rattlesnakes, and paladins. Good night, all.
See you later, Chris.
Have a good night, Chris. Yeah, actually, Deb chased a little shithead away. They ain't got no food to eat, but yeah, I'll be back. Have a good night, man.
Hey, Chris. 7-3. W2 very weak. Any of you guys catch that act down on 3882?
No.
A bunch of guys, I guess they're boots with like made up call signs and stuff. And they're all like S8 here, but I think they're not far away. You might not even hear them. They're on that other mode, and they're like, Rajo, how you doing? Yeah, 10-4. It's pretty funny, actually.
Oh, man. They should just use AM.
What up, dude?
I mean, It's kind of funny, actually. Anyway, hopefully they'll get real call signs and come back and realize what bandwidth is, and that you're in somebody's pass band, and you're really not going to communicate on 3882 on sideband tonight. It's probably not going to work really well. It's in the license manual, various other places, the ARRL handbook. This has been a public service announcement from W2VW, which is a real call sign.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I didn't notice them because I wasn't paying attention and everybody's just so strapping tonight. But yeah, I see them on my pan adapter. I can hear it between keys. That's cool. Yeah, hopefully they'll get licensed and learn about this stuff and you know how it is. But for now, hello?
Yeah. Oh, well, what are you going to do? Anyway, yeah, good band conditions. I'm not going to be out here much longer, though. But I thought I'd fire up because I heard you on here. And, you know, Clark is always laying the guilt trip on those of us who listen who don't fire up. I feel so guilty, Clark. See that? Now what is Clark doing?
Up. Well, at least not on the radio.
He did the old Irish exit.
Does Clark do that? I don't think so. I heard your discussion with Timmy there. It was very interesting stuff. Billy? Yeah, man. Well, yeah, that less frequent deal works out well. Yep. Anyway, beautiful night here on Beechwood Mountain, and yeah, there's a lot of critters out back, Jim. I've got there's chipmunks, rabbits. I'm on a very small lot here too, but chipmunks, rabbits. Now this cat. I was out in the street earlier looking at some stuff, and there was like a carcass of something. I couldn't tell if it used to be a bird or if it used to be it was something. There wasn't much left of it. It washed down the street because the peak of the mountain here, you know, it washes down. And anyway, so it's all part of nature, and this cat's looking good. It's a legacy cat. There's been cats that look like this cat in the 25 and a half years I've been here. So this cat's parents, grandparents, and probably great-grandparents have... I remember one of them, when I first moved here, was on the hood of somebody's car. It was a cold day out. You know, it might have been like November, and the thing was on somebody's hood warming itself up, and I was walking by with a dog, and the thing just looked at me in disgust, like, you know, how dare you approach me? And this is the spawn of that cat. So it's still got an attitude.
There is. I have, let's see, little old, these are southern. I'm trying to think if I have any grandparents of the ones I've seen around here. Don't think so. Parents and siblings of those above. Except for one that came around probably about 3 or 4 years ago that wasn't part of the pride, that was already, you know, fixed and neutered. He had a notch in the ear, so either somebody abandoned him or something. He was like just starved for affection and food. And naturally he walks around and, you know, comes in or even thinks about coming close, and the rest of them start howling, hissing and stuff like that. You know, so I used to go out and sit with him and stuff like that and make sure he got something to eat. And he would actually literally drool when I would pet him. He was so starved from whatever. And, you know, after doing that for a couple of weeks, you know, the rest of them just kind of, you know, took him into the pride, so they all kind of protect each other. But they're pissers. I mean, I've had cats all my whole life. I got 2.5 inside. Two of them are... Two of them are you know, siblings that were just really, really dumb when they were born. Like, oh God, they've probably been in the house about 8 years now. One of them was actually dropped on his head because I saw his mother when he brought him out. And she was a little hussy. She's long gone. But she dropped him coming down the hill. He tumbled down, a little bitty kitten hanging in his mouth. And the other one was just way too friendly to be an outside cat. We brought them in. And the oldest one, the mama cat, which was Two Tone's mother, she's got to be 10 years old. And in a couple of years, we let her come in the house. And she's a real sweetheart. I mean, she'll come in, she'll come out. You know, she'll come out in the morning. She'll spend the nights inside and in and out. And, you know, I can't let her wall in the house. The whole place be run out. It's a small, tiny house for crying out loud. But, yeah, you got some rabbits around here, which is kind of a good thing. If you see rabbits, you really don't have too many coyotes. There was a while back that there were coyotes around here, and you didn't see any rabbits. So you see a few of them. You got chipmunks and squirrels and whistlepigs. A lot of whistlepigs around, and one of the damn marsupials, what do they call them damn things? Oh, jeez. They look like a big-ass fucking rat, I forget what the hell they call them. But they come around every now and then. Possums. And a lot of hawks. I'm kind of worried about the cats with the hawks, but the hawks and the eagles. But they haven't seemed to be a problem. I guess they probably, this will get a little long here, but I'll get to it in the point. A couple of years ago, I come home from work one day. Actually, Deb come home a little first. And there's feathers all over the place. And there were some of these damn Canadian geese that were coming off the river and kind of roosted on the property. Well, one of them must have come up here and got a hold of the cat food. And they must have beat the ever-living shit out of this damn thing. I swear to God. I got home from work. I parked the goddamn truck. Got out of it, walked out the house. I said, what the hell happened here? I see feathers all over the place. And I swear to God, there's goose shit, I mean, everywhere. On the side of the house, across the deck. You'd think that a freaking elephant went through here. And these cats are all looking real happy. And they must have beat the crap out of this goose. And I never saw a goose, so it must have got away and went wherever it went. And I never seen a goose after that, so they must take care of goddamn Canadian geeses too. KC2DHU from Tompkins Cove, New York. Sorry for the long rant there.
It was Jim's Wild Kingdom.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Man, I'm afraid to let Boo Boo outside, but I kind of want a nasty cat. You know, there used to be one that ran around over here, and I have no idea what happened to the guy.
Yeah, don't put Boo Boo outside. That ain't gonna work out too well for you.
Nah, man, it's like, it's wild out here. I mean, it's it's different than a suburb for sure.
Yeah, man, I found a couple of remnants of homicides around here, Jim. And one thing I've got is red-tailed hawks that light on my tower, which is easily the highest thing for a couple thousand feet in one direction, and then like a couple of miles in the other direction. So it's high enough that it's a good place if you're a hawk, put it that way. And the thing is that it's not always up all the way. The way my wire antenna works, I take the tower down whenever there's any weather, because I don't want the thing to get beat up. The tower itself is very strong, and I'm not worried about that, but it's what's hooked up to it. I don't want to lose or stretch the wire or any of that crap. Anyway, W2 very weak at the top of the hour, just about. Hey, Clark. Where'd you go, Clark? You're going to have to take over in a minute. It's your shift, man. Anyway, you find all kinds of remnants of stuff. You know, you'll find feathers, and I didn't know this, but Carrie UFU told me about this. I guess she read it somewhere. That the hawks, you know, that they'll eat their whatever their prey, they'll eat the thing whole, you know, and they'll digest it, and then they regurgitate the bones and the fur. And sure enough, you find these little round tennis ball or sometimes golf ball sized things of brown fur. It used to be a squirrel, baby squirrel. Yep, I find those by the tower, you know, several times every year. So they're doing the thing. They're out there right now while I'm talking on the radio.
Yeah, I've never seen a red-tailed hawk around here, Dave. Do have eagles, you know, be it bald eagles and just regular old hawks. And there was, you know, probably about 2, maybe 3 years ago, I was cutting the grass, and a little rabbit comes scuffling. There's about 3.5 acres of grass that I cut around here, and it's all on different tiers and levels and weird stuff like that. And I'm running along with the deer, and I see this, you know, this rabbit just hopping across the grass, and then out of the sky comes in, from nowhere comes this freaking eagle, and you know, grabs this freaking rabbit, pulls him off to the side. So I get off the machine, and I go walking over there, so I'm going to save this rabbit. And I took a look at this damn thing, and I really didn't realize how big a bald eagle was. What a look that this damn thing gave me. It was ripping the guts out of the rabbit. And I just put the brakes on and oops. Went back to my goddamn mower. Went on my way. I said, holy crap. That thing gave me a look. And I said, that thing could do damage to me. That damn bird could really do damage to me. I've seen him out on the river fishing and stuff like that, going down and catching fish, but yeah, you see him, you know, you looking them up, they're a couple hundred feet in the sky, so I don't, he's a big wingspan, stuff like that. It's a big bird. But when that damn thing's on the ground, I was like, holy crap. So I can only imagine a red-tailed hawk. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with that either.
Yeah, some of them are pretty good size, but most of them, you know, they're not real large. I got 2 different pieces of steel tubing that I keep handy when I take the dog out in the backyard, because these damn things are eyeing up my dog. It's a mini poodle. I've got a grand dog too. It's a pit bull terrier, but he's not around here right now. That's a grand dog, so you don't see too much of him. But the regular dog is a little 12-pound thing. And these birds, some of them, they will eye her up, and you know, they get in like in a formation where they're coming in for a dive. So I'm out there holding on this piece of square tubing, looking like a jackass. You know, my neighbors are looking at me like, "What's he doing now?"
No, I don't blame you. My ex, my daughter had, what the hell she had a border collie, but she had a couple little dogs. She had a little dog too. And she lives in a suburb area. And she's scared to walk them because they're coming around. And, you know, she was hearing, you know, the people in the neighborhood were getting their dogs picked up by these hawks and stuff like that. You know, so I wouldn't mess with them either. I'd be out there with a piece of square tubing or something like that. I do see them around here. They don't seem to bother the cats. I don't know if they've tangled with them before, or they're just smart enough to know, or they're more or less looking for the fishing in the river, or just picking up the scraps of the railroad tracks, because you know, you get a lot of deer that get clocked on the tracks here, and the tracks are just right here. And you know, the stupid deer, you know, the old deer in the headlight look, they walk out on the tracks and this thing's bearing down on them. They're leaning on the horns and stuff like that, and just poof. You know, so you constantly find the remains of those, and you know, bones. But one thing I have seen in the last 3 years that hasn't been really prevalent around here But I've seen more and more of them at red foxes. They don't seem to bother anything. Well, they haven't. And if you see one and they see you looking at it, and you say, "Hey, buddy," they go like the wind. Boy, are they skittish. They're more skittish than a coyote. And I've tried to call coyotes, say, "Hey, boy, hey, boy." Just run like hell. Casey's too D at you.
What? W2BTK.
You got to dress up like a roadrunner.
Man, Boo Boo's like going nuts over here. I think she can, like, she knows, man. She hears stuff, and Dave knows that.
What's going on? You should actually train her. You know, she could listen to the equipment, and when something's about to go wrong with it, she could tell you.
Yeah, I mean, well, that might take a little more training, but she's already like able to help with like audio stuff. Like if you want to test your audio, if you want to know if you have enough highs or lows or something, I turn on the kitty cam and you do your sweep or whatever you're going to do, and you watch the cat, and it is like the best audio analysis that you can get.
Oh yeah, she's doing the ear adjustment. You know, when you hit that spot where the phase bounces off the size of the room, you resonate your room, and the cat's ears move. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, she'd be pretty handy at a concert venue, you know.
Canary in the coal mine.
She seems to like not be so bothered by like high SPLs these days either. I don't know if that's from like hanging around. See, she used to sleep when I would operate from the shack where Big Blue is. She would sleep right in front of Big Blue, and every time I keyed up, chunk, you know, like she did not care. She slept through it. She liked it. I mean, that was her spot, right in front of him. And now that I don't hang out in there as much, she kind of doesn't do that anymore. But, you know, at first, like, I remember when that thing got here and I'd key it up, kerchunk, and she would run. But eventually, and it didn't take very long at all, she was like, oh, okay. Like, she decided that it was like hers or something, you know? And, well, that's how it works. I mean, technically, this is her house. I just live here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meters for the hell of it. Both these guys like 40 over here.
That's all?
What?
Yeah, no, you just strap it. I said, I haven't looked at the meter in like a long time, so I turned my head and looked at the meter, and you're like 40 over the both of you. Like neck and neck, just like strapping.
You're about 40 over here, but there's a lot of low speed right now on your signal. Whatever the path is between us is not steady. It's not a problem at all, but it's just interesting to watch. Yeah, I don't think I'm neck and neck with Billy. He's got better electrons than I have.
Well, let's see where I'm at. Yeah, no, I got quite a bit of Variac left here. But that's stupid. That's stupid stuff. And Dave, your SNR here is just tickling 70 dB above the noise. So I think you hit like 68 on that last transmission. And just for a relative reference, the SNR that I'm seeing on myself in my own receiver right now is 71, 72.
Yeah, well, you know, it would be interesting to do some measurements with that and see how it flattens out. I'm sure that it's not, especially with stronger signals, it's probably flattening out, and, you know, a couple of dB is a big deal. Like, you know, we're looking at that that web SDR down in Georgia where everybody is 10 over 9. But then you look at the waterfall, and obviously some signals are head and shoulders above others, so there's some limiting going on. That's probably the same thing you got happening there. But, yeah, okay, well, I guess this thing's getting out. It's, this is sort of okay, this antenna, you know. I'm sort of inclined to leave it this way because of the coverage in the app that I didn't have before. So, maybe I will. And then if it falls down, maybe I will.
Well, yeah, I definitely have some AGC compression going on especially my signal, but I mean, it's floating around between 69 and 75 when I'm transmitting in my own receiver, and then on that last one, you hit 71. So, like, right now I'm 70, it was just 71, now it's like 80, but I don't know, yeah, there's something, it's AGC compression probably.
W2, very weak.
W2BTK.
And KC2DHU. Actually, I did drop my carrier down a little bit there. Stupid thing creeps up as it gets warmer.
What are you running?
I'm in the camper. It's an old Yaesu 101 and SDP 1000L RF linear amplifier that was made in Amityville, New York. A New Yorker.
Oh, what? Something 1000L?
Yeah, the SDP 1000L. Special Designs Products Corporation. Made in Amityville, New York. Yeah, it's about a 600 watt amplifier of some sort. It's got two 4CX 250Bs in it. A couple of rectum fire tubes for the high voltage, and then I forget the hell the numbers of those damn things are. And then a couple of OA2s and an OB3 in there. Voltage regular. Yeah, it's an old tube amplifier, I guess. Can't find much information about the damn thing. Well, most of the ones I've seen, which isn't many, pictures and stuff like that, they were made for Air Force Mars. And this one doesn't say Air Force Mars on it. It does not have the rack mount on it. So I don't know if it was something they were actually trying to make as a desktop amplifier that was the same amplifier, same number, just not saying Air Force Mars on it, and not having the 2.2 portion held connected into the extra variable. From what I could tell from the schematics and stuff like that. But anyhow, I picked the stupid thing up in the local auction and went through it after it was sitting there for like a year. And started farting with it, and that's a cool old amplifier. So it's just kind of laying here on the workbench. So I'm not using the SB200 that I usually use here in the camper when I'm farting around or experimenting. This may be relegated to the new camper amp to deal with the harsher conditions in the camper that just kind of sits here and just basically it's not really going campering anywhere. But it does have wheels and can be towed. It's just basically a workplace to work on this old crap and more of a quieter area from the noises in the small house other than the train. KC2DHU. Going in a couple of weeks, right?
Man, I look so bald from these camera angles. It's not good.
Well, you still got some hair left. You could do the comb over.
Nah, I embrace it.
Billy, they call that a COVID cut. First one I got wasn't so bad. The second time I gave the clipper to the old lady. Guess she had a drink or two. And she was buzzing my head. And then she was putting down the thing to get the hair out of it. And I guess she changed the adjustment on it. And she starts going through my head again like she's pushing a vacuum through the house. There's an awful lot of hair coming out of there. Give me that tailplate. Quite a few notches. She says, what am I supposed to do now? I said, we'll just keep on going with the damn thing. It'll grow back.
Man, you know what it is, Jim? And I really, truly believe this. I think that my baldness came from sitting in a Suburban running stuff with the antenna feed point approximately 1.5 feet from my head. Seriously, I think that's why.
Oh no, I got a full head of hair. She just damn near cut it off. But, you know, I'm sure my antenna feed, well, it's real about work right in my head, but, in the ear it's not. No, that's real close. It's probably, the antenna feed point, about 2 feet away. I blame something on her.
Man, it's I just kind of paid attention to how noisy it was in my passband and threw some notches in there, but I was really enjoying having, like, you know, wide ass D-mod, but oh well.
Are you hearing that monkey chatter?
Yeah, there's that, and then there's some kind of crap, like digital crap, or I don't know what it is, just above us, above 3890. What is that, like 3892 and a half or so?
Yeah, if you go Europe, this isn't the ham band over there. I think it quits at 3800, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. So with your location this time of night and all that, I wouldn't be surprised you're getting some rock crusher European thing coming in. Yeah, because I was going to say those guys below are like my toenail that I cut off last year is stronger than them.
Yeah, they're doing okay here, but yeah, a little on the PW side, but. You know what's like weird is the 2-meter stuff. So I finally got like all my 2-meter stuff going. I was talking on there a little bit today, and like I'll be on a repeater, and then like other repeaters will come in, you know, on the same frequency, and like that's not supposed to happen. They're coordinated, so I think like I hear too much.
Yeah, you need a directional antenna, because where you are. And man, you try that in late summer, you're going to be getting stuff from all over the place. Yep. All that is you've got a much better than average location. Everybody that has a location like you has to deal with this. The best way to do it is minimal power and a good directional antenna.
Yep. Well, that would be very easy to do. I'm using a vertical right now, and it's not a very good vertical. It doesn't have a lot of gain, but the radiation pattern is excellent. It's like a perfect donut, 0 degrees.
Yeah, 6:36.
Roger.
In the morning. I have nothing 2 feet from a local repeater. I used to talk to guys in Rhode Island. They'd key up the Rhode Island repeater, had the same PL tone. And it was definitely without, you know, was far enough away that, you know, it definitely was coordinated. You know, it was just that 2-meter ducting. And, I talked with these guys for like an hour or so, and then the band would just go away. And then he was stuck with the 165 machine, which was kind of boring anyhow. I don't do it anymore.
You know, the best time to get on 146.52 is, if you want to work states, is field day. People driving to and from field day sites. All these really good sites, and these guys are on, they monitor 146.52 because they're ham geeks. And you'd be surprised what you can run into.
You know, on my way to Best Buy the other day to get that power supply, I was in the mobile, and I was on 146.52, and I put my call sign out there once. I was talking to people almost all the way to Best Buy, like a couple of different people. When I would lose one, another would call me, and yeah, it's kind of amazing. But yeah, I wanted to get my 2-meter stuff all squared away for that reason, because field day's coming up, and, you know, well, it couldn't hurt. And I have this stuff, and just having it going to waste is stupid.
Yeah, you gotta stick up a tower, man. You put a tower up there, it'll open up a whole other world. It'll be a better world than the world you're in. It'll be like, what band do I want to get on now? I hear activity on every band. Okay, there's lots of guys on 38 to 85, and they're having fun. I think I'll get on some other band tonight. That's the way to do it. You got to keep it fresh, you know.
I would love to have a multi-band Yagi that's like 20, 17, 10, like, you know, some kind of deal like that. Like getting on 20 meters with the Yagi or something like that. I think I could have a lot of fun.
Yeah, but multi-band Yagis usually are, I don't know. I'm a mono-bander guy. I've seen multi-band trap this and all that. The step IRs are great if you don't mind dealing with expensive and, you know, a lot of mechanical stuff. They're great. Can't say a bad word about it. Everybody I know that uses one does very well with it. But all this other stuff with the traps, nope. I think they are garbage.
Yeah, you're probably right. The Yagi that I was using last year on field day, running pile-ups with, was a 20-meter monobander, and God, that was so much fun, man.
Yep. Well, I don't know. You didn't see the one at Big Al's. I think that was still up when you went there, right?
Sort of. I think so. I mean, what I saw was the giant tower and then his 2-meter stuff that had like crumbled. That's really what I remember out of it.
Yeah, well, at its peak he had 6 elements on a 62-foot boom, and it could go anywhere between I think 39 feet and I'm trying to remember now, 121 feet, something like that. Anyway, and then we later on put it down further because found out that he was into work in Europe, and he found out that, you know, anything over 45 feet is a waste. And he worked a bunch of long haul stuff and made his footprint with all that, you know, weird DX that, you know, hello, goodbye, you worked, you know, all that crap. So it was a whole different deal with the guys that he would rag you with on the ESSB. Man, talk about a 4-letter word. Some people see red when they hear ESSB. Oh, that's terrible. ESSB, no! You opened up your new rig?
Yeah. Well, I probably did see Al's antenna, that 20-meter, but back, if you remember, like, when I was there, that was a much different time in my life, and, like, I wouldn't have noticed a 20-meter monoband Yagi, like, for the life of me. You know, I was looking at stuff a lot different back then.
Yeah. Reminds me of the lyrics to Walk This Way. You ever look at the lyrics to Walk This Way by Aerosmith?
No.
Not here.
Yeah, that's like the most perverted song there is. Anyway, that's a good one. Yeah, you look at things differently. W2 very weak. And I don't have a censor or an editor, but I should.
AC2DHO. I'm going to say 7-3. You're going to head inside and tonight and do a couple of things and get up early in the morning and try to have a semi-productive day. Well, maybe I'll get on the Lonely Guys net first thing in the morning. KC2DHU 7-3 to all who's out there.
All right, Jim. Nice talking to you tonight. Mr. Donut Hole University, W2BTK.
Yep. Good night, Jim. Nice talking to you. Take care.
Billy Dave, have a great night, man.
I'm hearing that stuff also now, Billy. It's about 10 over 9.
Yeah, it's relatively strong here, enough that like I need to notch it out of the passband, or it just is super annoying.
Yeah, I was noticing, listening to your stuff, if you don't mind a critique.
No, go ahead.
I would come up with a way to turn the RF gain down, especially with all the strong signals. Even if you have to, turn it down or do something to put a knee in it so you don't hear all the white noise between key ups and all that and all the crap, because a lot of guys do that. They run their receivers wide open, and I usually like to do that, especially during break-in, because you don't know if somebody's going to come in who's weak that you may want to talk to. But generally, looking at the videos and all that stuff, there's like a whole lot of crap in the background. If you go on all the guys like NU9N and all, they put this audio, this really nice sounding audio up of Slop Bucket. That's what they do. They turn everything down, and only the last little bit of RF makes it into the receiver. There's something to be said for that. Not all the time. You're gonna have to keep your hand on it once in a while to adjust. But I think that would make for a much nicer YouTube experience. That somebody could turn up. Picture somebody listening to that for whatever reason, wanting to turn it up loud.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. I just kind of did a little experiment. I lowered the RF gain. I had it. There's 4 settings on that in the software. I had it on only like the first, so that's all the way down now. And I brought the IF gain down by about 10 dB. And now I have these switches on the resistor attenuators that I guess I can knock down even more. But I think that's mostly an AGC thing to get all that static crap to go away.
W2 very weak. I don't know what the architecture is of that receiver, so I didn't even know it had an IF. And maybe it doesn't, and they just call it that.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a setting there, IF gain, so I think most of the time when I play with the AGC, that's how I get like real quiet receive. But like you said, like I've got to keep my finger on it the whole time, and sometimes I forget, and like half of the video will be like crap because you can't hear anything or like this or that. So I kind of just let it rip for a while, but I should start experimenting with that, make it a little more comfortable.
Roger. Well, anyway, you're 55 over and the noise level is S9. So if my S meter works right, let's see, what is that? It's 100,000, 200,000, 400,000 times the noise level.
All right. Yeah, that was it. I just changed my AGC settings, and like it's way quieter now.
Yeah, I like to do that. I turn the RF gain down on this rig. and it really gets rid of the monkey chatter and the crap and all that. But I don't record usually like that. I try to record the same way. When you get a recording from me, it is the same way. And I've kept it that way longer than I should, and I should really start doing things better. But I've been recording the very same settings, methods, bandwidth, everything for years and years now. And it gives somebody like Mikey, I could go back 4 years. Mikey, how's this sound? And usually I get tired of saying how it sounds. Here's a recording. Listen to it yourself, and you tell yourself how it sounds. That's a better way to do it anyway. And I can record him tomorrow with the same stuff, and he can go back 4 years and say, hey, my radio I had 4 years ago works better than the piece of crap that I just bought.
Wow, it's like trippy quiet now. I mean, you can still hear a little static, but that was the setting. Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's a really important thing. And a great service, to like your friends when you send me recordings. I mean, I really appreciate that it's like a constant in an ever-changing world. Not that I really change my stuff around very much these days, but yeah, it's just really nice to have.
Yeah, it is. It's good to have it's all about comparing, today, tomorrow, down the street, here, there, high, low, all the different things you can do. X, Y, and Z axis, your Zen, after yoga class. It's all very important. It's relative. And the earth is not really flat.
Oh God, that's so much better. Like, I can turn my monitoring setup now. And this poor 440, I don't like having it on right now because it's receiving me.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. The front end of that doesn't even have an RF amp. It goes right into a mixer.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been experimenting, turning it off here and there, seeing if it unlocks itself, and it has been, but it never did that before. Like when I had it in that other room and I was using it every now and then, it was off, if I wasn't using it, and then I would turn it on and use it. And I never saw that before until, 2 days ago.
It's a cumulative effect, so the more off time you have, the more crap will get absorbed, and VCO5 will not work. And you can take that rig, and if you leave it on, it'll be fine, even if it's in a humid location. I mean, Tommy had that thing in his attic. It wasn't climate controlled, and it worked fine for him. And I've seen half a dozen others that I was too lazy to fix. I'm too lazy to fix that. And that rig, I would not try to pull that thing apart unless it had like 3 things wrong with it. If the S-meter bulb burns out, who cares? Let it fly. And once it's got 3 things wrong with it, then you rip it apart and work on it. But the mods that are in that, everything is stuffed in there. I mean, it's stuffed in there. So, not a good idea. And with all the great stuff that you can buy these days, you'll probably never buy one of those for yourself. And I don't blame you if you don't. You go get yourself an Anon or something with forward error correction in it, man. The fun you can have with that. You could turn the bias like. Whew, man, you could cut off your amplifier and still make a clean signal. Ugh, man, how are you gonna beat that? That's the way to go. So, yeah, let it rip. Keep it plugged in. Come up with. If you're afraid of it, you don't want to leave it on when you're not home. Put a 1 amp fuse in there. And if something goes wrong. But I can tell you, I mean, mine here that I have does the very same thing, and it's always been climate control. I've had this thing over 15 years, and if I shut it off, I go to use it again, it takes 6 or 7 hours before it'll lock up. And it's different on different bands also. And do I want to get in there and pick all the crap off of VCO5? No, I don't, because you can't get the damn Varactor diode, the very same one that came in the rig. They're hard to find. I have to take everything out, clean it off. Forget it.
Yeah, well, I'm not that crazy about leaving it fired up when I'm not here. A, because the power supply that I'm using runs a little hot. It's a server power supply, and it's designed to, be hot swapped into a server and use the airflow from the server. So I've got a fan blowing across it, but it's still like, I've had it on for a few days, and it's stable in temperature. It's like just warm. And that's how it runs, but I don't know. I'll do it, but I'm not wild about it. And I guess I'll wait till there's 4 things wrong with this radio, because, that's 3. The S meter burned out, VCO5, and I've got that weird, upper, what did you call it? The shift on the thing, like I spill over when I'm on slop bucket.
Oh yeah, W2VW, you got to do a dip switch alignment. We can do that after the COVID is over, Bubba. I'll be up in your neighborhood. I should really be around for that. It'll make your life a lot easier. I mean, you could do it, but I happen to know that filter, and I didn't record the damn dip switch settings, that filter is just, and there's all those Collins filters, like from one year to another, that they vary a little bit, and that just gets you where you want it to be with the available shift and carrier oscillator frequency. So the way it works is you've got a certain pass band, and it's centered in a certain spot, and mechanical manufacturing differences in those filters varied a little bit. There was some tolerance. You never hear about that, but there's a little bit of tolerance in them. This filter was made in probably 1957 or something. It's really old. And the rig, a lot of older rice burners, you had like a trimmer capacitor, that was in a crystal circuit. And you varied the reactance going on in that circuit to pull the kind of VXO, the crystal around, to move it a little bit, rubberize it away from where it would normally oscillate. But they didn't do that in the 440, since it's all VCO generated. There's dip switches in there, and the dip switches, I think one is plus minus a kilohertz, the other one's 500 hertz, the other one's 250, and typical binary on and off state combinations of numbers, whatever they are, I forget. Anyway, there's just enough in that filter so that it'll work in a TS440 with the dip switches like all the way over to one end. And that's like a hand-selected filter from 3 or 4 of those back in the day to work on sideband. It's the only one that got that treatment, except for Big Al's rig, which I don't know if I think Ken UDZ might have what's left of that if he didn't give it away. There are only 2 of those. That was that filter was the first one I tried, and man, if you get it right, you've got 3,100 hertz of frequency response. So you can get, say, 3150 or 75 on the high end is your corner frequency, and you can get your corner down on the bottom at about 70 hertz or so. And it works great, but you really need to sweep it while you're doing that. You need Yeah, you either need to put pink noise through it, or you need to sweep it. One or the other.
About 870 kilohertz. That's where it's at. And then
Yeah, well, no, I'll definitely wait for you for that. I'm not trying to, like, have this thing off the air. It's the only multi-band radio I got that's, like, decent. Or, not multi-band, multi-mode. Man, I'm starting to feel the whine a little bit. But, yeah, I don't want to break anything. And I'm sure there's a learning curve. And you wrote... I mean, like, if people look up 440 mods on the internet, like, it's your name. So why the hell wouldn't I wait anyway? That's pretty cool. It sounds good on Slot Bucket, even with, like, you know, missing some of those highs, but I am sure that it'll be, like, spectacular once that alignment is done. I can't wait for these coax connectors, man. It's going to be fun to use this 440. I just need, like, a little interstage amp or something. I mean, I have that, like, that military radio amp with the two 250Bs in it, but that's, like, that's a lot of work to turn that into something. And, like you said, the tubes aren't that good. Probably just look for a 400 or whatever. And, I don't know. Like, hey, what are you doing with that BLF 188 thing that I sent over there? Have you built that thing yet, or do you have plans for it? Because I might want to build that and just, like, stick a giant attenuator in it so that I can't go over 400 watts or whatever.
Yeah, I think I walked by it last week. No, it's still sitting here.
Yeah, I might want to put that thing together and use it, and then maybe just, like, get on the air for a month with the 440 on AM and sideband and this and that, and have that thing in case, you know, I want to do something. But that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, next time I see or whatever, I'm just gonna build it, and then if you want to borrow it, by all means after that, but it needs to get built. So I'm like ready to do it, but then again, I'm about to go back to work, so who knows.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're gonna get busy, and I actually have some stuff to be doing too. So chances of me putting it together in the near future are not good. But I'm planning on probably late fall here to get my ducks in a row for this band. You know, I'm finding it's less and less fun on 160. It's so crowded because of no sunspots, and everybody and their brother are down there, and there's a lot of lid activity there, especially concerning AM areas. There's crap encroaching on it. You know, if you want to have an AM QSO, it's the same thing as here. You need to be on QRO. Everything's got to be working right. That gets old fast. I'd rather get on there with 100 watts and have some fun like you used to be able to do. So I'm really starting to rethink that band. Just leave it for people that don't know how to operate. Whereas here, you just get on and squish people that don't know how to operate.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, why? You know, you could have fun with 100 watts here too, until, like, you know, 10 people join the QSO and 5 of them, like, they walk into their shack and turn everything up, all their stuff on, like, to maximum highest power setting before they even, like, listen to what's going on the band, and that's just, like, their normal routine. It's that gets really old too, you know. I really make it a point to come out here and start at a low power level and see how well I'm getting out, what the propagation's like, ask for a signal report, and then use the required amount of power, which is usually fine until everyone starts coming out of the woodwork, and then I just say, screw it, and I walk in the other room, and I hit a couple buttons, and then, hello, W2BTK.
W2 very weak. Well, you got to get rid of that TR turnaround time. That's a problem. That's why you're having all that issues with people keying up quickly, because that keying up quickly thing is normal. It's normal operation. It's not somebody trying to be a jerk. But you've got a latency thing there. Once you get rid of that, you know, 440 would fix that for you. So at least get that going as a backup, you know. But yeah, that's the way this band is, and 160 wasn't like that, but it is now. 20 years ago, wasn't like that. I did a lot of listening there in the early 80s when I started listening, and there was very little lidsmanship going on there, very little, but there was some. Well, I remember hearing W2KT every night with this group of guys. I think they would get on 1885, and he had, I think it was an 807 modulated by a pair of 6L6s, and that was his rig, and he lived in Plainfield, New Jersey, and he had like an alarm clock ticking in the background that you could hear on his transmit audio, which for the life of me, I don't know why nobody ever complained about that. This is a clear violation of the rules. But anyway, he was an old-time dude, W2KTU. That's a pre-war call. He was a pre-war guy. And, you know, no problem working people with an 807 final every night on 160. You could never do that now on AM. Never. It's actually disgusting when you think about it. But that's the way it is, and you can't fight City Hall. Anyway, Billy, I'm going to get going. Got a big day coming up to it. Big day coming up tomorrow, and I don't know if there's anybody else in here, but if you're thinking of firing up and talking to Billy, now's your big chance. Even if it's you, Clark. Clark, you've been absent, Clark, we've noticed. Very suspicious. What are you up to? You're doing something over there, pal. Don't think we're not paying attention. So I'm going to listen out. Thanks for the fine business, QSO, Billy, and the entertainment. And I'll talk with you next time. W2BTK, I'm on Tandem Mountain. This is W2VW. I'm good on QRZ. Please send your complaints via email on Beechwood Mountain. Good night.
Yeah, that's a good word, and it's a word that should not enter my mind while doing my favorite hobby in the world, but it's the word disgust, and it happens more often than I'd like it to. But anyway, Dave, it's always a pleasure. Love talking to you, man. Thanks for helping me. I would not be here doing this at this level without you, man. So it's really appreciated. And fine business all the way around, all that stuff. And I'm probably not long for radio anyway. I've been at it for 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 17 seconds. So I'm about ready for a break. But I will hang out and listen for a few minutes. But yep, 7-3. We'll do this again soon, and when all this corona crap blows over and it's like safe and this and that, you know, you're always welcome up here, and you know, we'll do cool stuff with radios, man. That's what it's all about. So 7-3. See ya. W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
What's the TS440?
Who's that, Brett?
Yeah.
Good evening. It's the Kenwood TS440.
Yeah, what are you going to do with that?
AM and slop bucket. It's got all Dave's mods in it. Collins mechanical filters for transmit. It sounds really good on AM. I mean, you can barely tell the difference between what I'm doing now and when I'm on that. Just a tiny little bit less bandwidth.
Yeah. I had one when they were new. I put a relay in there to bypass the filters built in. Yeah, that worked okay. It was kind of like a good mobile rig. I had an El Camino back then, and I had an antenna on the bumper in the back. And I would park and operate AM and sideband with that radio. The noise blanker was pretty good. That's not really that's an old radio. That's an old radio. Not stellar, but why don't you do something like pick up like an old Flex 3000 cheap? They can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, I want to get myself a nice SDR at some point, but interfacing this 440 to my SDR receiver, you have the same one, the SDR IQ, is something that I'm interested in doing, and I think I would learn something from that. So I want to try that. And also, my friend Tommy, W2XG, let me borrow this radio. It's actually his, and you know, he's having a kid and doesn't have like a lot of room and time for the hobby, and he asked me to keep this radio warm for him. So I'm doing that. So I'm just gonna run it. But yeah, that's the plan. I mean, get an Anon or a Flex or something that you can do pre-distortion linearization with, man. That's where it's at.
Well, I don't know if that's, really critical, real super important. It has its advantages, and if you want it to be real clean, I guess that'll do it. But a cheap setup is like maybe a Flex 3000. It has a built-in antenna tuner, goes 100 watts, 160 through 6. Specifications are pretty good, and with Firewire, you don't have the latency like you have with the USB. You have latency with the SDR IQ. Mine's actually for sale. I listed. Nobody's buying it. That radio interface is okay with other radios. You can kind of click on things and it'll control the radio. Different radios work with that because it's got a serial port, I think, on it. And it's supported by a lot of programs. But anything USB, I hate the latency involved. Whereas with the Firewire or Ethernet, you can, the computer's a reasonable computer. But these days, it doesn't have to be that fast. Reasonable computer, you don't have any latency, and with the software, you can make the bandwidth whatever you want. By the way, I'm using Flex 5000 at the moment, barefoot, 20 watts. It's barefoot Flex 5000, which is dual receivers, antenna tuner. And I picked this up pretty cheap, so they're floating around. But the TS440, I don't know, that was okay back in the day. I don't know about these days. But actually, they work better than some of the more modern radios on AM anyway. But man, that thing's old. Yeah, I'm not too crazy about old solid state. W2BTK NTDT. How's the signal level, by the way?
Yeah, you've got a real good signal for 20 watts out of that Flex. Your SNR, I don't have an S meter, but your SNR during the beginning of the transmission was about 50 dB above the noise. Real good. and then you kind of drop down to around like the just over 40 level toward the end of it, but still like for 20 watts, it's doing great. Propagation is really good tonight. But yeah, it's an older radio. It's got a few problems. Like if I turn it off, it loses, it unlocks, and I have to wait. I have to warm it up for a couple hours before it'll lock again, and this and that, and you're right. It's older and this, but whatever. I mean, everything I have here is like old and a little bit junky, and for somebody who got their general ticket like, less than 3 years ago, having junk around and being forced to make it work is a good thing in my opinion. Like I could get an SDR and just sit down and use it, and it always works and I don't have any problems, but how am I going to get any skills like that? I need to put my time in, earn my stripes, and run this crap and make it work, and that's how you get skills, and that's how you get better. And I'll get the SDR, and someday, my Ring doorbell's going off. I guess a big truck went by. But you know what I'm trying to say. So I'm just screwing around with all this crap, and that's the plan, man. Get a nice SDR. But I'm taking my time with it. That's all.
Yeah, it's a learning thing. That's fine. That's fine. That's how you, you're kind of learning ancient technology. Even the SDR stuff, I think, is a little bit behind the times modern-wise, unless you, get into the software. If you get into the software of it, I guess that's kind of, where it's at, but the hardware is old school stuff by now, I guess. Even the whole concept. But yeah, well, that's how I started out. First of all, I didn't really have a lot of money, at least at first, and didn't know what I was doing. So I started out with like a Globe Scout, which is Heising modulated or modified. No, it actually is Heising modulated. It's got a choke in it instead of a modulation transformer. And then had a Gonset G76, and that was pretty cool. And multi-LMAC AF67, 68, small transmitter. Then I got a DX100, then I got some bigger radios, then I kind of went homebrew, but the modifying the DX100 was a lot of learning about, it was like 40, 50 years ago. It's a lot of learning about tube circuitry, audio, tube audio, and all that, the nitty-gritty of it. So that's where you got to start out. But man, starting out on a TS440 is kind of rough, and that one sounds like it's. I have a buddy I work with. He just got a ticket, and he's got a TS440 that they've been playing around with, and that, as far as I know, it doesn't have any issues. It works okay. He really likes it over some of the more modern stuff with the menus. So, but he does the digital stuff. So, puts the digital stuff into it, and instead of menus, you got to just push the buttons. But yeah, okay. Well, pretty soon you'll be homebrewing stuff. Could homebrew a nice screen modulated rig. W2BTK anti-DTS.
Yeah. Well, I haven't tried any screen modulation, but I built a plate modulated rig. It's a pair of 810s in push-pull. I mean, I could have done parallel and it'd probably been easier, but the push-pull setup with, you know, the link on the output and all that stuff is what I went for, and I got the damn thing working. I mean, I've made legal limit carriers on this frequency, but the first time I tried to modulate it, I got like a voltage spike or something, I guess, and it took out one of the capacitors that I had in the output that was a little weak. I've since replaced it, and I'm still getting, like, you know, weird problems here and there. Haven't tried to really modulate it again because it's not quite at that point, but you know, it's making carriers, it's stable, it's not oscillating, and I kind of like haven't screwed with it in a while, but that's definitely on the table. I mean, the damn thing is built. I just have to work on the input a little bit. It's totally, I mean, I built the whole input circuit myself, and it works. It lays down flat, at least on 75, 160, and 40. I haven't tried any of the higher bands yet, which are going to be more of a challenge, but, you know, that thing is coming along okay. And, yeah, I mean, that's about where I'm at. I've just kind of been getting out and enjoying my stuff. I homebrewed the modulator for this Viking 2. My whole antenna system is homebrew, including the tuner. So, you know, I'm getting my feet wet a little bit with that stuff. But, you know, like I said, I've only been at it for a couple years. But, I don't know. Man, Brett, I hate to do it. I'm starting to feel a little tired. I've been drinking wine, and I've been out here for 4.5 hours talking. So I kind of feel like a break. But you know, that's where I'm at, man. N2DTS, W2BTK.
Okay, yeah, I'll let you go. Just one question real quick is, you know, the push-pull link coupled output, right? What capacitors are in the output?
So I've got a pair of these. They're like really weird comet capacitors. Like it almost looks like a 2-section capacitor, but it's not. It's got heavy isolation from the mounting point to, you know, wherever there's high voltage. And there's 2 of those, and they're ganged, and I used it's all mechanically done. I built all that crap. They're pretty big. There's pictures of it on my QRZ page. If you're curious, you can see. They're very interesting caps. They came with motors on them. The 4, they're like stepper motors, and I didn't use the motors. I kind of took the motors off and did it mechanically. But yeah, you can check them out. They're rated for like a lot. I think it's like 12 kV peak or something like that. And the reason why one of them failed is because stupid, but I was drilling a hole in the case, and the drill bit slipped, and I nicked the bottom of one of them, just part of the metal where it was grounded to the case. And it worked fine. Like, I was making carriers and stuff, but once I modulated and it saw like a spike in voltage, that was it. It let go. So I got a new one, stuck it in there, and I just haven't gotten to that point yet where I'm like, all right, I'm going to modulate this thing, because there's like little problems here and there. But check out my QRZ page. There's pretty good pictures of the whole damn thing on there.
Are you talking about like the plate tuning capacitor?
Yeah, exactly. There's 2 of them, paralleled with the link there on the output.
Oh, okay. Well, no. The link is towards the antenna. You're talking about well, we'll talk about it some other time, but, you know, the balance, push-pull balance, you got the primary side, you got the tubes, and the coils, and the capacitor on each coil that tunes the coil, and in between those 2 coils, you got the swinging link, which is your loading. And I thought you were saying that you had a capacitor in the loading section, and they used to do that. They put a variable capacitor in series with the link to tune out like your antenna reactance. But I guess you're talking about the plate tuning capacitor, which is on the primary side of the not the, the output circuit of the RF amplifier. All right, let you run. Talk to you next time. W2BTK, enter DTS.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. Sorry, I've been drinking wine. They're in parallel with the tank circuit, right? And then the swinging link is, just connected out there to the coax that feeds the output. But I do have on the input. There's a link there. It's not. It's not a swinging link. It's a fixed link, but I put a capacitor in series with that does, the input, and instead of a swinging link on the input, just to save space. But yeah, it's been a while since I messed with it, so if I'm talking about it and I'm talking out of my ass, it's partly because I haven't looked at the damn thing in a couple months and because I've been drinking wine. So anyway, I'll catch you later there, Brett, and we'll do this next time. So, into DTS, W2BTK, riding off into the sunset.
73 is belly. Enter DTS clear.
Alright, guys. Man, that's a pretty good stream, huh? 4 hours and 36 minutes. That's about all I got in me, guys. Let's see. There's 11 people in here. Do you guys want to rate a channel? I mean, if you hang out for 5 minutes, I'll try to find something in the science and technology that's worthwhile, just not to leave so much dead air here, you know what I mean? Those of you in chat, you can let me know. Or if you start filing out, that'll tell me right away. But I'm gonna browse the science and technology Twitch category here and see if there's anything that's kind of cool going on. Let me see. Let's here. There's this guy, Bald Engineer. He does cool stuff, man. He's always working on little stuff here and there. I'm gonna send you to him because it's likely that he's doing something pretty cool. So let's see. Hot Glass, you're messing with a Linux server right now? That's pretty cool, man. I'm just starting to get into all that stuff. I don't know too much about it yet, but I'm gonna send you guys over to the Bald Engineer, and he's probably working on a pretty cool electronics project, so you can check that out. Not to leave dead air. So thanks, guys, for hanging out with me. I'll be doing ham radio, every night if I can. So check back. If you haven't followed, consider that. You get notifications when I go live. You find me a little easier. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me, man. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to raid Mr. Bald Engineer over here. So hopefully you have fun in his channel. And I'll catch you guys next time, all right? Peace out. 2, 1. Let's raid.